So I think they'll have to settle for 2. Unfortunately for him, he could potentially have had a third because that was hit well enough and got close enough to the boundary. With the thick outfield, it means that it didn't go for 4, but it stopped close enough to the boundary that they could potentially have run 3, but with him having slipped coming out of, in baseball terms, the batter's box, he had to settle for 2. So just 1 ball remaining. Very slow through the air, tossed up, inviting the big drive, but Humayun paying respect to that delivery. Good session for Humayun himself, up now to 16 or 15 rather. And the Americans are 67 for 5. 67 for 5, and the steady diet of left-hand orthodox spin continues as Fakir Dungaria takes up the attack from the northern end. Bowling 2. Badadari. Tossed up, driven into wide mid-off. They jogged through for a single. In fact, more than jog. They were looking kind of with a sense of urgency there. That's what you want to see. You want to see the ways that the Americans can manufacture runs. You want to see whether or not they can knock those balls into the gaps. Fielder at cover just stuck his foot out instead of being committed to stopping that delivery. And I think that's what allowed them to get those that run. This was hit very hard to backward point. Noted that they've changed the backward point fielder. There's a couple of times the fielder who was previously there had the ball go through his legs. This time hit very hard, but the current fielder at that spot is able to field cleanly. Just another single. So the Americans, I think, are going to be very happy to do it in 1s and 2s. There's no reason to take any chances. Push through a little bit more quickly. At 69 for 5, they're now scoring the Americans at the rate of 3.87. 3.87. We'll go through the potential scores in just a minute. Driven back to the bowler himself. Dungaria fielding on his follow-through. There's no run. And that completes the 18th over. At the end of 18, the score is 69 for 5. So about the potential scores. Currently scoring the Americans at the rate of 3.83. The rate of 3.83 gets them to 173. If they get to 4 runs per over, that gets them to 177. 6 runs and over from here may be a little bit out of reach, but if they do get there, they'll get to 231. If you wanted to find, excuse me, a middle ground and see if they could get to 5 and over. 5 and over gets them just over 200. So apologies for that brief pause. When you talk nonstop for 3 straight days, these are the things that happen. In the meantime, good accurate bowling by the Indians continues. There's 1 ball remaining here in the 19th. Score is still 69 for 5. And look at that. Maiden over, a brilliant over bowled. That is Krishnan Subramaniam. First maiden of the game. The Americans are just being pulled back a little bit more. Generally, you've seen good bowling by the Indians, and they continue to tighten the screws. 5 wickets down. The bowling is accurate. It's not necessarily threatening. Nobody's coming and blasting you out, and nobody's turning it square. But it's the type of bowling that if you're not careful, you can get bogged down. And so the Americans are going to have to sort of mix cautiousness with aggression at some point. For right now, that overall run rate down to 3.63. And after several consecutive overs of left arm orthodox, I think we'll see a change. It's like a right-handed leg spinner. Will be bowling from the northern end. This is Iqbal Khan Badruddin. He is the captain of the side. Now I mentioned that it's now a right-handed bowler instead of a lefty, but he's a leg spinner apparently. So his advantage would be to the 2 right-handers the exact same advantage as the left-handers would have because he's a leg spinner. So he would, in theory, be turning the ball in the same direction. But if you bowl a full toss, then it doesn't matter. The ball is not going to turn for you until it pitches. Tossed up, and Humayun Bashir blasts it through the fielder at mid-on. They should get 2, but they only settle for 1.
Keep it up.
So 2 balls, 2 singles, and that has essentially released a bit of the pressure. You know that the pressure was building. You had a maiden over in the last match, or the last over rather. The over prior to that one, only 2 runs scored from it, and before that, only 3 runs scored from that one. So a bit of pressure was building, but those couple of singles to start this over have maybe just helped the Americans to start relaxing just a little bit. It's going to be important for them to continue. A couple of singles now, a couple of dots. So it's stroked through the leg side. They'll get 2 as mid-on has a little bit of work to do. 2 more to the Americans. That is Pritinder Singh, who had some 30 or so yards to run, maybe 25 yards to retrieve that ball. You take these runs definitely if you're the Americans. And now this is defended on the onside. No run this time. But a productive over for the Americans. You absolutely love to see that. So 4 runs coming from the over. 73 for 5 after 20. As a reminder, we're scheduled for a 45 over match. A lot of rain around for the last few days. And in particular, today's forecast is for a 90% chance of rain. But so far, even though it's very wet in the outfield in some spots, for the most part, there have not been any threatening clouds coming anywhere close. You don't get the sense that rain is imminent. But you want, if you're the Americans, to continue plugging along in the way that they are. A run rate of 3.65 is not determinative. And if you just continue picking up those ones and twos, you'll get to where you need to be. Once again, I think that target of around 165, 170 is something to aim for. The current run rate, 3.65, gets them to 164. So that gives you a sense of how they may be thinking. And these two chatting in the middle of the over probably tells you that they want to start looking at how they want to attack this bowling lineup. This is Subramaniam continuing. Oh, back to the bowler himself. Very easily could have been a cotton ball chance. Maybe just got to him on the half volley. Let's give Humayun Bashir credit for not having served a potential return catch back to the bowler. So Subramaniam, 3.2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Just like all the other Indians, has been very accurate. Very tossed up delivery. I think he's trying to get Humayun to play an aggressive shot over the leg side. And in fact, there's no one in the deep on the leg side. He's trying to get him to play across the turn. Oh, I'm staying a little low. Not able to work that away, Humayun. So all kinds of dots all of a sudden. So his last over, Subramaniam, was a maiden, and he's 2 deliveries away from bowling 2 consecutive maidens. Make that 1 delivery away from 2 consecutive maidens. It's really curious. No one in the deep on the leg side. Everyone on the leg side is within 20 to 15 yards of the bat. So the second consecutive maiden bowled by Subramaniam. And at the end of 21, the score remains 73 for 5. So once again, 73 for 5. We tried this the other day and it worked pretty well, I thought. So if you are watching, if you're among the 25 people who are watching the feed on YouTube, please feel free to drop into the chat box. Say your name, where you're watching from. If you have anything interesting to add to the conversation, I'd be more than happy to listen to it and respond to it, because it definitely tends to be a bit lonely talking for 8 straight hours. So anything that you can add to what we're doing here would be really welcome. In the meantime, captain himself continues bowling. Iqbal Khan. I said he was a leg spinner. I'm actually not sure now. Looking at the action, it has that just a little hitch right before he delivers that makes it difficult to read the way that he's turning it. But let's just call him a slow bowler for now. But a lot of dot balls all of a sudden, they're piling up for the Americans, and the last 5 overs rather, before this over started, the last 5 overs went for 9. And thus far, with 3 balls remaining in this over, the last 5 overs there would have gone for 6. So no question that the run rate is slowing down a lot. And that is the end of the over. 3 consecutive maidens. 3 of the last 4 were maidens. And 73 for 5 is still the score. That run rate You'd like to think, if you're the Americans, that at this stage of the innings is where it would start accelerating. Unfortunately, for the Americans, it's going in the opposite direction. Samirjeet Singh Chabra is wondering where the information panel is. And Samirjeet, unfortunately, I'm wondering the same thing. Don't have all of the different bells and whistles that we ordinarily would have. Humayun Bashir going big. Where does this end up? It goes all the way for 4. That is a good strike by Bashir right down the ground. That was in the slot, to be fair. Did not have to use his feet to get to the pitch of that ball because it was literally right in the slot. Just playing through the line and getting it straight and over the top of the infield with the aggressive field set by the Indians. Both mid-on and mid-off are inside the circle. And in fact, that has now changed because now mid-on and mid-off are dropping back on the boundary. Humayun Bashir, easily the best of the batters on display so far. 21 from 29. And the young man from Pakistan and from Round Rock, Texas, is looking to make sure that he continues along the same vein. He wants to keep pushing. It's absolutely necessary to mix confidence and aggression with caution. Tossed up in the air and dropped. Oh, hammered right to the fielder in the covers. That is Dinesh Sharma. Nope, check that. That's Iqbal Khan. That's the captain himself. And after all that praise I just gave Humayun, he blasted one straight into the hand of the captain, but luckily for Humayun and the Americans, the catch was dropped. And you can hear the shouts from Humayun's teammates saying all day. In other words, you need to set yourself to bat throughout the remaining overs. You don't want to take the chances of getting out. And that would be the last thing that the Americans would need right now. Oh, this is an outside edge. Boy. So you don't ever want to see a batter go completely inside his shell. You want to see some aggression, particularly as we're now more than halfway through the innings. But fortunately for the Americans, when Humayun went big 2 consecutive deliveries, one went for 4 and the other one was dropped. He will have to make sure that he knows when to pick his spots, which balls to go after and which ones to be more respectful of. But this is the last ball of the 28th rather, make that 23rd. And this is down the leg side. 2 wides signaled by umpire Sheena Welsh. Going down the leg side, and of course in baseball terms, if you're a baseball fan, that was similar to a pass ball. Speaking of baseball, congratulations to the Houston Astros for the World Series championship, as this is defended in front of the stumps. That is Raj Badadari. That is the end of an over, an interesting over. 6 runs coming from it, 4 from the first delivery of the over, which was banged down the ground for 4. And then the only scoring from the remainder of the over was those 2 wides that constituted the second to last delivery. So at the end of 23, the score is 79 for 5. Seven to 9 for 5. The captain himself, Iqbal Khan, will continue bowling from the north end. On the leg side, he'll have to re-bowl this one. And Ali Haider wants to know where can I find the scorecard. Ali, we're having technical issues here at the ground in Barbados. Unfortunately, that overlay that would have ordinarily gone on the screen from Crick Clubs is not available. We are keeping up with it the best that we can here in the commentary and scorers box area, but unfortunately the overlay is not available, neither is the Crick Clubs app. So whenever we have that information available, I'll certainly be happy to let you know, but until then, my apologies. You have to sort of deal with me describing the action as best as I can. So quick single taken. 81 for 5 is now the score. And Kashif Rana, play long guys and keep rotating strike. Kashif, I completely agree with you. The rotation of the strike worked really well when Humayun and Chintan Patel were batting. Unfortunately, Chintan was run out. And they're attempting, the Americans, to sort of rebuild some of that magic. They've absorbed a few maidens. It's up to them to continue being responsible and not panic if there's a maiden. And this is drilled down the ground. That's going to be 4. That's a good-looking strike. Badadari opening up his body, clearing the front leg and going big over mid-on. The mid-on fielder nowhere near. And once it passed the inner ring, even with the thick, wet outfield, and I have to express and emphasize that the outfield is very wet in spots, so the ball will not travel very easily. But even with that outfield being the way that it is, that still went away for 4. Captain again, tossed up again, this time much more slowly through the air. And if I'm not mistaken, there are 2 more balls remaining in this over. Slow through the air. Being respectful. And this is sort of what I said earlier about mixing caution and defense. That's exactly what has been done here. A good aggressive shot in the middle of the over. Sandwiched around, good solid defense. So Raj Badadari, I think, has the formula right. Humayun Bashir, who's been there long enough, also I think has the formula. He is 22 from 45. Humayun Bashir with 2 4s. And Raj Badadari 9 from 26, and all of a sudden the scorer wants to hear my voice in stereo for some reason. So 3.54 is the overall run rate. Looking to push on here are the Americans. Tossed up delivery, good delivery. That length and that line on off stump. The left-hander turning the ball away. That's a good line of action for these Indian bowlers. Slower through the air. Humayun Bashir looking to cut. The ball maybe staying just a touch too low. He's not able to get any bat on it. In fact, he did get a little bat, but not able to go, not a very productive shot. Oh, just for the split second, Humayun Bashir thought about going big and then thought better of it. You could easily see the calculation that he made right then and there. Let's not go for this one. If it were the 43rd over, maybe he'd have gone for it, but not necessary here. And you can see he's backing himself to take this game deep. You want to bat all the way through the innings if you're Humayun Bashir. Certainly the best batter on offer today for the Americans. And the chances of having a good total on the board, you would think, rest with you as Humayun Bashir batting through the innings. So just one ball remaining. This is a maiden in progress. Several maidens have been in progress, and this is now Krishna Subramanian. If this is a dot ball, it will be his third maiden. And I just spoiled that for him. Just drill down the ground to long off. Single ends things here in the 25th. At the end of 25, just another 20 overs left, and the score is 86 for 5.
What happened?
Do we have a live streaming? Miss Brian Walker.
Nice to meet you. Who are you streaming to?
Streaming, we're going through on the YouTube channel to players who are able to watch from all over the world. It's very good to meet you. Thank you very much.
Tell me what's going on.
Well,
You said something just happened.
excuse me. The Americans are batting, playing against
yes.
India. Playing against India. America batted first. They're now 86 for 5. Let me ask you, how well do you know cricket?
Enough to know that they got to beat 86.
I like
and how
it.
many?
So 86 for 5. A competitive score would be somewhere around 150. So you want to get at least that far. So we still have some
But
distance
they're
to go.
done. They're done batting, right?
Oh no, we're batting for another.
But they don't swap. They only bat once.
Correct.
The team. So we have to beat 86.
We're batting. Our score is now 86. We want to get somewhere around 150 or above. If we get above 150, then I think that challenges the Indians a little. But we still have work to do.
And
In fact, this may be a good time for me to ask, because we're joined in the commentary box area by Madame Ambassador. For those of us who are not in the know, and that includes me, can you please introduce yourself to the rest of us?
hi, my name is Linda Tagliatella. I'm the American ambassador to Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, and I'm in St. Catherine's School watching the cricket team, and the United States is up to bat. Go America!
Fantastic. So, get to you after this next delivery. Oh, looking to go big Humayun Bashir and misses out here. But, Madam Ambassador, I was not born in Barbados. I got here as quickly as I could. I was born in Jamaica. I live in Texas. But I'm one of the biggest cricket fans anywhere on the planet, and obviously a big supporter of the USA team. Several of these players I've known for 20 years or more. So when I was younger and fitter, I used to play with and against some of them. But tell me from your experience, number one, how long have you been here in Barbados? How long have you had that position? And then number two, you've probably seen enough of the sport of cricket to know how important it is in the Caribbean. So give me your thoughts about that.
I've been here for 7 years. I arrived in Barbados in January of 2016, and I've been to many cricket matches. The good news is that people have explained to me about cricket, so I have a general sense. It's a fascinating game. It's particularly that it's only two people out there at any one time who are batting, and then everybody else is out in the field. But yes, I've learned a lot about cricket, but I'm still not 100%. I don't know how bowlers do what they do, because I assume they would put their arm out of joint, but it looks very difficult. But it's a fascinating game, and I'm really glad to be here today.
I cannot tell you how much of an honor it is, not just for me specifically, but everyone who has red, white, and blue around. So when this young man is not looking fit and dressed in his cricket clothing, he is one of the most important administrators in the country. I tried the administrative thing some time ago. I think it's easier to just be a commentator these days. But help me understand, what type of bridge do you think the sport of cricket, from what you've known about it, what type of bridge do you think that sport can be, whether to the different countries in the Caribbean or even including the U.S.?
You know, I think it's important that we work people to people, and we build relationships people to people, and sports in particular. When you bring different people together, whether it's, like you say, from the different islands or whether it's the United States team coming, it helps build that familiarity. It shows people what America is all about. We have the opportunity to talk about who we are, what we stand for, and what's important to us, and we get to share that with so many people through sports. Sports is very important. I find sometimes that government-to-government relations are a little more difficult because of policy issues, but at the people-to-people level, that's what makes it all worthwhile.
That is so well said, and I could not agree with you anymore. So let me ask you this. Tell us a little bit more about your journey to where you are right now. What brought you career-wise and experience-wise to where you are right now?
I am a career diplomat. I've been serving in Washington for a very long time. I had a job that I had for 15 years, and when I decided I wanted to change jobs, I thought they would give me another one in Washington. And somebody said, "What do you think about being an ambassador?" And they asked me where I might like to go, and Barbados was one of my top choices. And I was incredibly fortunate and blessed to be able to be the United States ambassador to the Barbados and the Caribbean. I love the weather, I love the people. Like I say, and I enjoy my job. No 2 days are alike. I mean, with 7 countries under to work with and deal with, every day is a little bit different.
7 countries, and I think I heard you say Eastern Caribbean. So what other countries are we talking? Trinidad, etc.? Nope. Okay. In fact, let me not guess. I'll just ask you. What 7 countries?
Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, St. Vincent, and Barbados.
Outstanding. So you just said, number one, that's a huge responsibility. Number 2, you just called several islands where those of us who are from the cricketing community will know, oh, one of the Americans just got out. So I'll get back to that in just a second. The first, so you know what? The way that I think about these things, you've been talking with me now for maybe 10 minutes, and we were doing very well. So that probably means you need to stay here and keep talking. But for us, we're now 89 for 6. So that means we have almost 90 runs, but only 4 batters are left. So we may not get to the 150 that I'm looking for, but hope springs eternal, as I say. So I started saying those of us who just heard those countries that you just mentioned will have known that they've been brilliant cricketers for the Caribbean and from the West Indies, from each of those countries. I don't know how much you interact with sports figures in Antigua. So I have to ask you, have you interacted yet with Sir Vivian Richards?
No, I haven't. But next time I go to Antigua, I'll find him.
Listen, so for those of us who grew up in the Caribbean when the West Indies was far and away not just the best cricket team in the world, but the best sports team in the world, that is one name that you absolutely have to know. Legendary. So when you go to, first of all, if you're in the International Cricket Stadium in Antigua, you're at the Viv Richards Cricket Stadium. So that gives you a sense of the magnitude of the person we're talking about. But he's not just, he's beyond cricketing stardom. He's just a star Caribbean personality. So I highly recommend that you get the chance to talk to him.
We also have Garfield Sober here, who I have met and had engaging conversations with.
Another legend.
Yes,
It's hard for me sometimes to hide my West Indies bias, but this is not a biased statement. There has never been a better cricketer to step onto a cricket field anywhere on the planet than Sir Garfield Sobers. Tell us about him. What your impressions were of him?
He's a lovely man. He's kind. He's considerate. I met him early on, and he was kind enough to sort of talk to me about cricket, what goes on. And then later I've had the opportunity to be in a stadium with him while we're all watching cricket. And he's always invited to functions. I probably will see him on November 30th when we have National Day here, Independence Day here in Barbados. No, he's very knowledgeable, he's friendly, he's kind, and he's truly a legend here in Barbados.
I was born maybe 3 or 4 years before he stopped playing, so I don't know that I've ever seen him actually play. But the word legend is never too big a word. He is just the stature that he carries with him, his regal presence, I think, emphasizes the type of person that he is, so much so that he is an official national hero of Barbados. And he's a sports person, but he goes so much further than that. Similar to Viv Richards in that vein, where, yes, you initially knew him from sports, but also the magnitude of the person himself has taken him above the sporting realm. So, if you don't mind, let me switch for just a second. Sir, can you please introduce yourself and say what you're doing here?
What are you doing?
Hi, my name's Kevin Ogley. I'm the officer at the U.S. Embassy in the political economic section who's responsible for Barbados. I work for the ambassador on Barbados issues.
So,
Ask him about his cricket.
I was getting to that. It's like I'm not hearing an American accent, which means that you're probably a little bit more familiar with what's going on here than the ambassador.
The ambassador is very well, she knows what's going on. But yeah, I grew up playing cricket, still do play cricket, play here in Barbados. A lot of the names that you're mentioning I'm very familiar with. Played with a few of them as well. Not old enough to have played with Sir Garfield Sobers, but yeah, Viv Richards, Master Blaster, one of the legends, absolutely incredible. Never was fortunate enough to play with him. Highlight of my youth, though, as a young boy, test match duty at Headingley. Lance Gibbs throws me the ball.
Wow.
He says, go on, son, bowl. Me, Curtly Ambrose, Malcolm Marshall, Courtney Walsh. I'm like,
Oh my God!
yes, please. So stretching. I'm gonna come off the long run. I'm gonna make Desi Haynes duck and weave. Yeah, no, it's no, it was wonderful. And then I've had the privilege to play with other people over the years. But you mentioned just a couple of great West Indian cricketers. The truth is, it's not a short list. The list of great West Indian cricketers is as long as my arm. Walcott, Worrell and Weeks, of course, being huge here. Frank Worrell has a legacy that everybody in the West Indies should be really fully aware of. You talk about Sir Garfield Sobers. A friend of mine, Malcolm Nash, who unfortunately passed away relatively recently. He was the one who was hit for 6 sixes by Sir Garfield Sobers. When I think of Garfield Sobers, not just what he did on a field, but again, that statesmanship that he has. When Brian Lara broke the world record and he was there, he came onto the field, congratulated Brian Lara for breaking the world record. It showed not just what a cricketer the man is, but what a statesman he is and what a true hero he is for Barbados.
So, Madam Ambassador, I'm going to switch back to you for a second in reference to something that, I'm sorry, tell me your name again,
Kevin.
that Kevin just said about Sir Frank Worrell. Sir Frank Worrell is one of, you've probably heard of the 3 Ws.
Yes.
He was one of the 3 Ws.
Weeks,
Weeks, Worrell, and Walcott, absolutely. Frank Worrell was our first permanent black captain. Prior to Frank Worrell, it was almost mandated that our captains were all white. He was the first one who, you know what, you don't have to subscribe to a particular theory or look a particular way to be the captain of the West Indies cricket team. And it became a statement of representation of who we are as a cricketing community meaning 6 million of us here in the Caribbean. So he stands above many of those names that we just said just on that basis. And it's really something interesting. And then you also talk about Malcolm Nash. Somewhere, I don't think it's on this laptop, maybe on the laptop back at my Airbnb, I have a picture of Malcolm Nash bowling to my son.
Oh, yeah.
He came to Austin 2000. I live in Austin, in Texas. Oh, absolutely brilliant. Just one of the kindest people that you'll ever hope to meet. Malcolm Nash is the bowler, Madam Ambassador, who for years, in fact, probably to this day, is known for being the first person who was hit for 6 consecutive sixes in an over. In other words, in baseball terms, 6 straight home runs, and that's that was done by Garfield Sobers. So, by the way, speaking of baseball, where in the U.S. are you from originally?
upstate New York, a little place called Binghamton, New York.
Tony Kornheiser is from Binghamton, is he not? Tony Kornheiser, do you know that name?
I know the name.
Okay. So I want to bring that up because those of us who live in Texas are now basking in the glow of the Houston Astros having won the World Series a couple of days ago. You as a Yankees fan, probably not that big a supporter of what I just said.
No, I'm really a big Yankees fan, but I'm happy the Astros won. I am. I think that's really great. baseball is one of my things. Is the, the national commanders.
The Washington Commanders. Yes,
The Washington
exactly.
Commanders, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they keep changing their name.
Yes.
It's a pretty good baseball team, but my heart belongs to the Yankees and the New York Giants. And
Not before the Cowboys, though.
no Cowboys.
So I've known Mr. Shahana for easily a decade. That's where he and I part company when he brings up the Cowboys, or as I refer to. No, I'll keep that to myself. So, give me the last question I have for you. Give me a sense of maybe from an economic impact standpoint. What might it mean for those of us who are in the cricket community, who come down here and spend American dollars and play a sport that's familiar to Bajans, but effectively you're bringing resources from the outside of the country. What does that mean economically for Barbados?
Oh, I think any time that people come to Barbados and enjoy the beauty of Barbados, it increases and obviously enhances the economy. People come and spend money, but you also bring other people to see. So it builds a community of people. But yes, I think it enhances it. Every time I go to the stadium, that Kensington Oval, it is full. The crazy Brits come, particularly when England plays, and I'm sure they spend lots of money. So it is a revenue builder, but again, it goes back to building that community, getting people to meet other people, learning about them, sharing, and developing friendships. So I think it is amazing. The more cricket we bring to the islands, the better it is.
My first time in Barbados was 1999, with maybe one or two exceptions. I've been here every year since. I've been to Barbados now way more times than my own country, Jamaica. In fact, it's a bit of a running joke for my family members. Like, you fly over us every time you go to Barbados. But I think that what you just said is absolutely accurate. And particularly if you're coming to a test match, the 5-day matches, you're sitting relatively close in the same seats. On day one, the people around you are strangers. By day 5, you're best of friends. And that emphasizes, I think, the feeling of community, the feeling of camaraderie, the feeling, I think you said it earlier, at the people level, it's so much easier to engender and foster communication and beneficial feelings than at the political level, because it's a lot more difficult at that level. At the people level, at heart, we're all cricket fans, and at heart, we all enjoy the sport. So I absolutely want to thank you so much for the opportunity to have spoken to you for the last several minutes. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
You're very, very welcome. Kevin, my pleasure. Absolutely. Thank you. Well, that was an unexpected bonus. And so now somebody's got to tell me what's going on in this game.
They definitely have to catch you up.
So, if you all will forgive me, what a wonderful conversation we just had. And I'm going to go offline just for a second so I can get caught up with everything that has happened in the last few minutes. We will be back as soon as I'm able to get caught up in, let's say, 60 seconds. Welcome back to the St. Catherine Sports Club in St. Philip. Absolutely thrilled to have been able to spend about 15 minutes or so speaking with the Honorable Ambassador to Barbados. And in terms of the game that we're covering right now, the score is 96 for 6. 15 overs remaining for the Americans. Humayun Bashir 27 from 69. And Faisal Alam 4 from 8. A few more comments. I'm not going to read all of the comments, but I do see a name in here that I want to question. There's a few comments from Jam Ali. Jam, are you Jam Niaz Ali? And did you play for Houston Cricket Club in the 1990s? If that is you, it has probably been a quarter of a century since I last saw you. And please let me know if that is you, because if it is, good morning and a pleasure to be in touch with you again. And if not, good morning to you also. Still a pleasure to be in touch. And of course, looking at the response from William from Allen, Texas. Bat on, fellas. Good morning, Will. Good to see you as always. Will, I think the dream commentary team would be you and me right here in Barbados. Let's work on that. Straight down the ground to mid-off, make that long off. The field just a little bit more defensive, because just wanting to make sure, India, that they contain these batters going into the last 15 overs. You would expect, particularly given Humayun Bashir, you'd expect that he'd be a lot more aggressive. Maybe not reckless, but certainly he'd look to be a little bit more aggressive to force the tempo just a little bit more. As of right now, he's at 28 from 71. 71 balls is a really long time to bat. That should have given you enough time to be able to read the conditions. And I would not be surprised if he is the one who takes charge. I'm not expecting him to cut loose and go crazy, but I certainly am expecting him. Look at this. Where is this gone? Oh, where did that end up? Faisal Alam. Okay, forget everything I just said about Humayun Bashir taking charge. Maybe the formula is for Humayun to bat through the innings, and the broad shoulders of Faisal Alam will try to get the big runs. So he opens his shoulders up and goes big. This is over in the adjoining field. Unfortunately, we may be delayed here for a bit. I honestly did not follow that ball off the bat, but looking where the fielders are trying to retrieve that ball now, that is easily maybe a 90-yard hit. Solid strike from Faisal Alam. And he appears to be the one who's going to look to push things on from here for the Americans. A brilliant strike. By the way, that stroke brings up the 6. Tremendous stroke. And brings up the 100. Being corrected by Miss Ashton Ford Reaper. Those of you who followed the minor league cricket system in the U.S. will know the name Raymond Reaper. This young lady seated immediately to my left, who is in charge of the scoring, happens to be Raymond Reaper's wife. And Ashton, it's an absolute pleasure sitting beside you. Anyway, so that ball, good comeback. The last delivery maybe just tossed up a little bit too much, but a good comeback for the next delivery. Faisal Alam just defending in front of the stumps. This is good batting. Once again, a good mix of caution and aggression needs to happen here. And 7 runs coming from the over. At the end of the over, that is 31 in the books. Remaining 14. See the Americans now at 103 for 5. 103 for 5 will mean that if they continue along the same vein and they get, let's say they manage to propel themselves to 5 runs and over on average. Right now that run rate is 3.32. But if they get it up to 5, they are looking at 173. Jam seems to think that if Humayun stays there a few more overs, we'll get to around 180. I think if Humayun and Faisal both bat through this innings, then 180 is probably the minimum of what they'd be looking for. But they need to get there first. Oh, Humayun looking to dab this behind point, and he goes. Oh my goodness, against the run of play, he would have wanted to play a more aggressive shot than that one. Just looking to run that behind point, but too fine an edge and just tickling it right through to the keeper. Humayun Bashir is dismissed, caught behind for 28 off of 72 deliveries, and that is a body blow to the hopes of the Americans. Humayun batted easily the longest of all the Americans and looked the most settled, but unfortunately he goes. You hear the applause coming from around the ground. That is Humayun's teammates applauding him coming back into the pavilion. But I know Humayun Bashir very well, and I know that he will not be happy to have been dismissed. Syed Ilyas says, well played, Humayun. King Willie says, cheers, and totally agree. We'll plan that sometime for early next year. Basit Zubair, Brian Walters, legend commentator, legend cricketer. I might agree with some of that, Basit. So, again, against the run of play, a wicket falls, 6 are now down. And this new batter is now going to be Parakanantha. Parakanantha is a captain and one of the more dependable batters that you'll find anywhere side. But the batter who was dismissed, I think, is the one that who you might have been relying on to score the majority of the runs the rest of the way. So then the question to be asked from here is, how does Faisal Alam change his game? To what extent is he going to be aggressive, knowing that there are only 4 wickets left? This good-looking delivery. Working on a wicket maiden is Dipesh Kumar Sharma. I think that Dinesh Kumar Sharma. Part of the leg punched into the covers. No run. 1 ball remaining, I believe. In fact, umpire Chris Johnson just signaling as such to his partner, Miss Sheena Welsh. Good looking delivery, and they'll get a single as it comes off of the outside edge. So Captain Parakanantha will keep the strike. A single to close things out here in the 32nd. An eventful over, 1 single coming from it, but more importantly for the Indians, the big wicket of Humayun Bashir. And the score for the Americans is 104 for 6. So you're saying 6 plus 1 is 7, is what you're saying. 104 for 7. So in all this talking that I'm doing, I obviously missed the wicket at some point. So this is a little bit more desperate than I thought. So 104 for 7 means that you're really going to have to focus now, if you're the Americans, on batting all the way through this innings. Parakanantha is at the wicket, and still to come, we have, get the names of the remaining batters as soon as we have it, but Suffice it to say that the Americans have their work cut out for them. So 104 for 7, make that 105 for 7 with that single. Interestingly, now the Indians think that Faisal Alam is going to hit big because immediately deep mid wicket drops into position that goes missing the outside edge going through to the keeper. But deep mid wicket, in fact, let's call it square leg. Deep square leg in position, long on and long off or back on the boundary. And there's a sweeper on the offside. Faisal Alam, I think, showing that he can hit big. You saw him close out the game against Wales with a huge 6. I don't think he'll be thinking necessarily about that just now. I think you'll want the next 5 or so overs to go through first. Either that or you whip it around behind square 4, close to the boundary. It does get close there and it gets to the boundary. So right here underneath in front of us, Faisal Alam getting a good ball to sweep. It was going down the leg side, and all he had to do was just get some bats on it. Didn't really nail it. And with the thick outfield, I was not sure as to whether or not that would go all the way. But it did manage to go all the way. And 4 welcome runs for the Americans. That score now up to 109 for 7. Just looking to accelerate a little bit here. Oh, you could see him winding up, prepared to play that big shot. And he changed his mind and checked the shot at the last minute. So the last ball coming up now, up the 33rd over. And the spectators catch back to the bowler. That should be the end of the over. In fact, it is the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it, 23 from the last 5. At the end of 33, the score is 109 for 7. So 109 for 7. Barakananta, the captain, is a wicket-keeper batter. There's a couple of keepers in the side today, actually, because Syed Shafiq can keep. In fact, he plays as a keeper when he plays with the Round Rock Cricket Club in Round Rock, Texas. So it'll be interesting to see if the captain maintains the wicketkeeper captain role when he's in the field, or if he gives that responsibility to Syed Shafiq. A relatively minor part to the story the rest of the way. The major part of the story is that the US at 109 for 7 is going to need to bat another 12 overs. And with only 3 wickets in hand, have to determine exactly how to go about looking to put a good total on the board without being bowled out. This is just knocked down the ground. Bowler is Shyam Gopalakrishnan. So Gopalakrishnan, so far, this is his first over. He's only bowled 1 delivery so far. So the steady diet of left arm spinners has been broken. Oh, in the air, helped over the top of extra cover. A long run coming in off the boundary. And a double taken. So long off, having to make some. Oh, and they overthrew it and they go for another run. Also a bit of sloppiness here for the Indians. Long off coming in, sprinting toward extra cover. Able to prevent. Well, the ball wasn't going to go for 4, but he was able, I thought, to get there in time to limit the damage to 2 runs, but then an overthrow yielded an additional run. And this is played into the offside for a single. So 3 delivers already and 5 runs from the over. So the Americans will like the rate at which they're scoring, to the extent that you want to bat the remaining overs and you want to continue scoring runs. You're doing exactly what you want to do as the Americans appeal for a catch, a half-hearted appeal. I don't think the keeper himself thought that that was out. It was more, in some versions of cricket, they would call that a criminal appeal. But as it is, just a dot ball. Looked like he was trying to sell umpire Chris Johnson on a wicket, but Chris Johnson having none of it. Bang! Going big in the air, but how much of it did he get? He got not enough of it, and he is caught on the boundary. In fact, about 3 yards off of the boundary at deep mid-wicket. So that feels like a body blow. That absolutely feels like a body blow. Faisal Alam looking big and wanting to go in that direction. Have to say there's a little bit of wind around, and he may have hit that into the wind. And unfortunately for the Americans, this is only holding out in the deep. So the 8th wicket goes down. Score is 1-1-4 for 8. And it is absolutely the case now that the Americans have to find a way to bat through the remaining overs. The new batter coming in is Hussein Zubair. Zubair has played for years in the Austin area. In fact, Zubair, Hussein, Humayun Bashir, and yours truly played together on the same team for a number of years. Zubair, genuine all-rounder, can bat long. In fact, the way that his innings is usually constructed is that he doesn't come in blasting. You expect him to be conservative and push those ones and twos, and that's exactly what is demanded in this moment for the Americans. So Zubair needs to be able to just hold his spot. I don't anticipate that he'll be looking to hit big like Faisal Alam just did. I anticipate that he'll continue pushing that ball around. And after this next delivery will be 11 overs remaining. So still a long way to go, a really long way to go for the Americans. And only with 2 wickets in hand, you absolutely want to keep this going. Looking to play this into the covers. That's a good run. Good call, and immediately they saw the opportunity for that single and took it. It's good over for the Indians, though. A big wicket falling in that over. 6 runs coming from it will cheer the Americans up a little bit, but they'll still want to negotiate the fact that they only now have 2 wickets remaining. So the end of 34, the score is 1-1-5 for 8. So 115 for 8. Hussein Zubair on strike. He is just came to the wicket. He is 1 from 1. And Captain Parakananta 4 from 8. This is Shyam Sundar Gopalakrishnan, who is make that Fakir Dungaria, I think. Two quick deliveries to start things here in the 35th. Yep, this is Gopalakrishnan who is bowling. Next delivery tossed up and driven into the cover. So 3 consecutive dots to start things here in the 35th. After this, we're 10 overs left. So We're definitely well and truly at the business end of this innings. Zubair clipping this through mid-wicket. This should be too easily. Zubair Hussain probably these days somewhere around 56, 57 years old, but still very, very fit. And I think that some of that energy with which he plays is going to be put to good use whenever he can run these twos, which is what they need to do from this stage onward. Next delivery, shortish, half-hearted appeal, and umpire Sheena Welsh is not interested. Should be the last ball of the over. Short of the length, forced into the covers. That is a dot. So 2 runs coming from the over. A decent over for the Indians. Yet another good over by a left-handed spinner. At the end of 35, we're into the last 10. 117 for 8. Couple more comments. Syed Ilyas, well bowled India. Syed, you're exactly right. I have not seen very many loose deliveries from the Indians. I can only remember right now just 1, maybe 2 wide balls. And generally, especially with the left-handed spinners, they've bowled the lines and the lengths that generally have had the Americans uncomfortable. So this is Bakir Dungaria continuing to bowl. He's bowling to the captain, Parakananta. Forcing it off the back foot. They'll get a single down the ground. So Parakananta now 5 from 10. Zubair Hussain just starting to get set. 3 from 7. There is a long on and a long off in place, but they've both sort of come in off of the boundary. Each of them is maybe 10 yards off of the rope. There's a deep mid-wicket, and those are the only 3 outside the circle. You're in the second power play, so you can have up to 2 more outside the circle. Oh, huge swipe by Zubair Hussain. Looking to go over extra cover. That's not a bad option. There's nobody out there. As I mentioned, there are only 3 people in the deep, and they're long on, long off, and mid-wicket. So potentially scoring through extra cover is a good option, but if you don't make any contact, it doesn't matter. Tossed up and driven down down the ground rather. Just 1 more. Question is, when do you expect to see the Americans try to accelerate? With 8 wickets down, I don't anticipate much acceleration outside of the 40th over. Maybe after 40 overs have been completed, if this pair stays there, then they may look to start pushing the envelope and being a little bit more aggressive. But that not being the case, I think they're going to just continue knocking the ball around. You don't want to go too early and end up getting bowled out. And you certainly don't want to have anything happen that goes against the objective of batting all the way through the innings. So 119 for 8. Bowling again to be taken up from Cheyenne Thunder Gopalakrishnan. First ball going down the leg side, a little bit too wide for the liking of umpire Sheena Welsh. Tossed up Very nicely driven down the ground. Do they want 2? They come back for 2. That is good running. Excellent running. I mentioned that Zubair Hussain generally very fit, and Parakananta himself, as he's a wicket-keeper batter, you'd expect that he'd be very fit. So them putting their heads down and immediately running for that second run, that's a good sign for the Americans. Zubair Hussain now moving on to 6 from 11. This is pushed through a little bit flatter. Send this to yourself. Send this to yourself. Slow through the air, tossed up. That's going to be a single. Well, Indians generally in the outfield have shown a reluctance to use their hands. So that snuck through extra cover and cover. Cover stuck out his left foot. Extra cover stuck out his right foot. Neither of them able to get to it and conceding a single. Next delivery pushed through. Ananta defending for no run. Here we are again. Good delivery outside off. Ananta just watching that one carefully. It goes through without much damage. So 4 runs from the over, 19 from the last 5. After 37, the score is 123 for 8. Yeah. Stored it. So 123 for 8. We continue. And Hesh Mogadam has made a comment that sounds very similar to what we were discussing when we had the ambassador on the air. Hesh says, good to watch the game with all of you world citizens. Cricket has come a long way. Hesh, I could not agree with you more. And I think cricket has a way of uniting people who otherwise would not have anything to do with each other. This is cut behind point and Zubair Hussain steals a single. Hesh, you probably know this, that those of us in the Caribbean are all completely different countries. We have different governments. We have different philosophies on life. But the one thing that we do together is play cricket. This is pulled in the air and it is dropped. Oh, it was played exactly perfectly mid-on or really long on, in off the fence by about 12 or so yards. Had it played perfectly, and Parakananta pulling that one and directly into his lap. And he put it down. That is unfortunate for India, but the Americans will be happy to have seen that happen. Tossed up and driven into the covers for no run. That is a big drop. That is the captain, and that would have been the 9th wicket down. You don't ever want to see a drop in any form of cricket, but you certainly don't want to drop the captain of the side when he is in the process of trying to negotiate a good score for his team. So that is 126 for 8 at the end of 38. Another 7 overs remaining. I think it may just be around the time where the Americans start thinking about putting the foot on the gas. 126 for 8. So 126 for 8. Parakananta, the captain, is on 7 from 16. Zubair Hussain, who has punched this ball into the outfield for a single, now moves up to. We'll get Zubair's score as soon as we have access to it. Once again, we're dealing with a few technical gremlins here. Score moving on to 127 for 8. There's now Parakananta back on strike. Slow through the air, that's a good delivery. Parakananta now 7 from 17. Zubair Hussain make that 7 from 18. Zubair Hussain 9 from 18. This pair absolutely needs to go all the way through. Down the leg side, it's missing out on a scoring opportunity there. Parakananta certainly wide, so the bowler will have to re-bowl it, but it easily could have been an option for scoring runs had he been able to get any bat on that attempted sweep. Defended in front of the stumps for no run. Next delivery, slow through the air and driven into the covers, and that's going to be a single. And this pair, very experienced cricketers, you expect that they will not do anything rash or anything untoward, and just doing what they need to do to keep that scoreboard ticking. I think the magic number is 160. If they get to 160 from here, they'll be in a good spot. Driven into the covers. Oh, bad bounce. Unfortunate for the captain himself. That's Iqbal Khan. Not able to control that ball, and they get a single. And you take all these singles if you are the Americans. Should be the last delivery, going by outside off, left alone, and that is the end of the 39th over. At the end of 39, just the last 6 remaining, the score is 130 for 8. So 130 for 8. Last 6 overs remaining. Zubair Hussain is on 10 from 20, striking it at exactly 50. Parakananta 8 from 19, so he's striking it at a rate of 42. If you're an American, you want to see both of those strike rates increase, but you don't want to see anything reckless. 6 overs, 36 balls is a long way to go. And the Indians only need 2 balls to end this innings. So if you're America, you want to make sure that your number one priority now is just to keep batting. If you keep batting at the current rate of 3.33, you will get to exactly 150. 150 is not an ideal score, but it's a challenging type of target. It's not going to be an easy chase. I think a score of 170 would be a lot better, but I don't think we're going to get there. But job one for this pair at the wicket is to bat through the remaining overs. So 130 for 8. Zubair Hussain and Parakananta have their work cut out for them. This continues to be played into the offside. That's a good single. That's good communication. That ball did not go more than 10 yards away from the bat. But immediately calling for that run was Zubair Hussain, and Parakananta responding immediately. So that's good communication. That's what you want to see between these two. Any singles that are on offer have to be taken. Next delivery, defended, no run. Bowler is Shyam Sundar Gopalakrishnan. Using his feet, spectators catch back to the bowler. So somebody disagrees with me. Sharmel Weerasinghe says they need to get to 160 plus. 160, I think, may be the top edge of the potential target that they can get to. Sharmel, I'd be very happy if they got to 260, but I don't know that they can get to 160. I think 150 is competitive. I think 155, 160 may just be out of reach, but then again, this is a very experienced pair, and they certainly, if they stay there until the very end, until they can maybe go big in the last few overs, and this is hammered around the corner. Where does this go? Oh, fielded in the covers. My apologies. I'm slightly shielded here in the commentator's booth from where that ball went. For a split second, I thought it might have gone for 4, but as it is, it's just a dot ball to square leg. So that is the end of the over. At the end of 40, just the last 5 remaining now, and the score is 132 for 8. Going back to a comment from Hesh Mogadam a couple of minutes ago that we discussed, Hesh has responded and said he is watching from Turkey. Well, how absolutely wonderful is that, Hesh? First of all, I didn't know that there was any strong cricket presence in Turkey. So the fact that you're able to watch from Turkey is a really good thing, and really our pleasure to be able to bring the descriptions of the passage of play that is going on in front of us right here. Right here in the beautiful island of Barbados. 166 square miles. It is a tiny, tiny island. And I've said this already a few times, has produced, for my money, the best cricketers per square mile of anywhere else in the world. And I've already said I can suggest an all-time Barbados 11 that would easily defeat, I think, any other 11 in the world. Matter of fact, those of you who are listening, in order to pass the time, if you wanted to send your thoughts about what a Barbados 11 would look like, my only request is that you do not use Google. Let's just use your real cricketing knowledge and not have Wikipedia or Google help you with this question. But who do you think the best 11 cricketers are from Barbados? I have my thoughts. I'd love to know your thoughts. More than happy to have that conversation. So a bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what the reason is for the delay.
I think it might be time.
Ah.
Cut off time, I guess. I don't know.
So Ashton thinks that it might be that they're declaring time. We're only 40 overs in. 40 overs, maybe we've just seen the match be reduced by 5 overs. That may be exactly what just happened because everyone is walking off and the score is 132 for 8. It may be the case that we have stipulated to a 40 over match instead of a 45 over match. So in the meantime, I think there's a bit of a ceremony that's going to happen downstairs with the ambassador herself. And so in the meantime, we're going to take a break from right here in the commentators box. Please keep your comments coming. Keep your comments coming, except for the ones that are coming in now about the new dating app. We don't need that. But everything else, I'd love to hear your thoughts. So we're going to sign off for the moment from the St. Catherine Sports Club in St. Philip, Barbados. This is Brian Walters. We'll be back shortly. right. Welcome back to the St. Catherine Sports Park in St. Philip, Barbados. Well, if you didn't realize what the reason was for the delay, it was because we had an official ceremony with the Madame Ambassador. It's a photo op and celebratory of the fact that there is an American cricket team touring here in the U.S. In the Caribbean. Where am I? Well, what day is today? Where am I? So clearly, that's reason enough, I think, to stop a cricket match. But in terms of the game where we are now, we're into the 41st over, 41 up. And the score is 135 for 8. 135 for 8. The batters are Zubair Hussain, 12 from 27. Parag Ananta, 11 from 24. So just the remaining 4 overs. After 4 overs, we'll be halfway through this match. So my apologies earlier. I said that I thought they were declaring the innings closed. That was not the case. It was actually because we were having a ceremony with Madame Ambassador. So, a couple more comments that have come in. There's a handful of people who apparently I have paid money to say nice things about me. Thank you for your thoughts and your comments. Dharmendra and I have known each other for, let's just say, I used to be Dharmendra's bunny. He loved bowling to me and he got me out every single time he bowled to me. I'm a left-handed batter, he's a right-handed off spinner. That combination usually spells really, really bad things for me. Dharmendra took advantage of me number of times playing for the Houston India Cricket Club back in Houston. But Dharmendra is a wonderful person, and Dharmendra, thanks for your nice words. Kashif Rana, thank you for your nice words also. Going down the leg side, that's going to be at least 2. And I think the umpire is signaling that that's going to be wide. So they've run 3. Keep an eye on umpire Chris Johnson. Nope, just buys. So 3 buys signaled by the umpire. Just for a split second, I thought that those might have been wides, which would have led to 4 additional runs. But as it is, it's just buys. So 139 now for 8 is the score. Full driven down the ground. It's just going to be a single. So somebody else is taking me up on my challenge to say the best Barbados team. Ravi Suri, best Barbados 11. Frank Worrell, Garfield Sobers, Gordon Greenwich. I'll get back to that shortly. I see a lot of names that I would have agreed with you on. So Gordon Greenwich, Desmond Haynes, Everton Weeks, Jason Holder, Clyde Walcott, Malcolm Martian, Suleiman Ben, Wes Hall, Joel Garner. So I absolutely hate to disagree with you on a few of those names. I absolutely love Jason Holder. I think he's a brilliant young cricketer and a great all-rounder in modern cricket. I would not leave off the name of somebody like Charlie Griffith to put Jason Holder in the side. I can probably have an argument with several of the other names. Maybe Suleiman Ben, he's a good cricketer again in his time. I don't know necessarily that I'd have him in a Barbados 11. But that's the reason why we throw topics like this out there. So number 1, we can argue, and number 2, we can pass time. Because otherwise it becomes difficult to speak for 8 straight hours. That's the end of the over. After 42, the score is 140 for 8. So 3 more overs remaining. If you are the Americans, where are you looking to end up? The current run rate gets you to 150. Nope, check that out. My spreadsheet is a little incorrect, but let's just say with the last 3 overs, Yeah, in fact, you do get to 150 if you're exactly scoring at 3.3. Tossed up and driven down the ground. I would have to think that the Americans will be looking for more than 3 and over, though. Even with only 2 wickets in hand, I think that you certainly should be able to get 4 or maybe even 5 runs and over. 5 runs and over from here obviously gets you around 155. Punch into the covers. Oh, fumble. Don't ever run in the misfield. Oldest rule in cricket. For a split second, Zubair Hussain thought about running for that one, but then ended up not doing so, and good for him. Next delivery, driven into the covers again. This time extra cover coming over to prevent a run. So a couple of dot balls after that initial single. Tossed up and driven into the covers again. Instant replay, another dot ball, and a bit of pressure starting to build now. We're only down to 14 more balls remaining in this innings. Zubair Hussain now on the pull. That's a man at deep mid-wicket. That's just going to be a single. So 1 ball remaining in the over, just 2 runs coming from it so far.
The court?
And with the last delivery, does the captain look to go big here? Nope, forces it to mid-wicket, and they jog through for a single. That will be the only run that they get. So 143 for 8, 12 balls remaining. So if you are able to go at the rate of 5 and over, you get to 153. 6 and over, if you score 1 run off of every ball from here, you're at 155. 160 would, I think, be amazing. It's a little bit, maybe slightly out of reach given the way that they're going. But again, bear in mind, you're batting conservatively because you only have 2 wickets left. When you get down to the last over, and you can be, if not reckless, you can be a little bit more adventurous, then that may put you in the position where you can hit big. And in fact, look at this. Mid-off was inside the circle. He's now being directed to go back to long off. This is Dinesh Kumar Sharma bowling from the north end. Oh, dabbed around the corner. They can get 2 if they run hard. Yep, coming back for 2, and that is good running by the captain. These singles are so important in the context of this game. And a couple of times already we've seen in this tournament where the fitness of the USA players has created a lot more singles and converted 1s into 2s. And in the, hammered straight down the ground. Do they want 2? No, they just want that single. But as I started saying, sometimes in a tournament of 50 and over, the difference can be how fit the players are. And if you can make a single and get it into a dot ball, or if you can convert a dot ball into a single, or convert a single into a double, that easily can be the difference. So for those of you who asked for the scorecard, I think we are to the point where you will see it on your screen very shortly. So that's great news. Hopefully it stays that way the rest of the day. I'm seeing it live on my actual feed, which is several seconds ahead of the YouTube feed. So you should hopefully be seeing it sometime soon. Next delivery tossed up, going big down the ground, but it slows down in that thick outfield. They'll come back for 2 though. This is really productive stuff by the Americans. You'll take these runs any way you can get them. They're up to now 150. 150 for 8 with 2. Okay, so I just heard somebody downstairs yell 150. Apparently, I jumped ahead of them. It's 148. Reverse sweep, and the appeal is not given. Zubair Hussain looking to be adventurous. Wanting the reverse sweep, not quite there. And just 2 balls remaining. Once again, my apologies for listening to people speaking outside who were cheering on 150. Not sure exactly where that came from. And only 2 balls remaining here in the 44th. Oh, wanting to use his feet at times, Zubair, not able to get to it, but ends up just running it behind square for a single. And that is a single that closes things out here in the 44th. So 149 is my unofficial score. Unofficially 149 for 8. As soon as that overlay comes on, yep, 149. So just 1 ball, or 1 over rather, remaining 6 more balls. At what point do you see this pair start treating this like it's a T20? Both of them can score heavily, but they're both proper batters. And the captain himself, Iqbal Khan, is taking the responsibility of bowling the last over. Looking to sweep this one away, Zubair. Doesn't make good contact, but he gets enough to get a single. So that is, in fact, the 150. Just 5 more balls remaining. And Parakanantha looking to get more than that. Forcing this off the back foot, not there. So the single not able to be taken. 4 balls remaining, 2 wickets in hand. So this feels like a situation where you could easily go big. Tossed up. Oh, plays the delicate looking late cut. They'll get 2 here easily. So 152 with only 3 balls remaining. Where do we end up if you are America? 3 balls remaining. If you get doubles off each of these 3 balls, that gets you to 158. Mix in a boundary or 2 and you get more than that. Tossed up and driven, struck down the ground. They have to come back for 2. Absolutely have to. Throw is going to be a little bit offline and they get 2 easily. So that's another double. We're down to the last 2 balls of this innings. Iqbal Khan, 7.4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. His economy rate is 3.52. The overall economy rate for the Americans is 3.45. Make that the run rate. Struck in the air and in the gap. Have to come back for 2 more. And they do exactly that. So just 1 ball remaining now in the innings. And with that last ball, I think you are about to see Parakanantha swing for the fences. Just a quick consult in the middle with these 2. Parakanantha 24 from 35. Zubair Hussain 17 from 39. And here's the last ball to Parakanantha. Down the wicket, straight. Probably 2 more. Picked up right in front of the side screen by the fielder running across from long off. A good productive last over for the Americans. 9 runs coming from it. And that drags the Americans up to 158 for 8. So they wobbled in the beginning of the innings, but did well to keep things together and a bit of acceleration toward the end. So let's go through the entire scorecard. Sunny Singh caught by Sanjay, bowled by Viren Patel, 6 from 14. Syed Shafiq Ali, 24 from 36. Jwalant Vakil, 4 from 7. Satyapal Chabra, 2 from 6. Humayun Bashir, the top scorer, 28 from 72 balls faced with 2 fours. Chintan Patel was run out, 7 from 10. Raj Badadari, 10 from 30. Fazal Alam, 17 from 20 with 2 4s and the second of 2 6s on the day. Parakanantha and Zubair Hussain with an unbeaten partnership towards the back end. Parakanantha 26 from 36 and Zubair Hussain 17 from 39. For the Indians, all bowled well. Viren Patel 6 overs 2 for 20. Dinesh Sharma 9 overs 2 for 24. Fakir Dongaria 9 overs 1 for 36. Krishnan Subramanian 9 overs 1 for 27. Iqbal Khan just bowled that last over. 8 overs, none for 31. And Shyam Sundar Gopalakrishnan 4 overs, 1 for 13. So we will have a short break. At the end of the innings, the score is 158 for 8. We're going to sign off for the moment from the St. Catherine Sports Club. Be back soon. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the St. Catherine Sports Club in St. Philip, Barbados. Ready for the chase, where the Indians over 50 are asked to score the small amount of 159 runs for victory. Openers are Verinda Bumla and Sanjay Berry. Opening opening bowler rather, for the Americans is Jalant Vakil. Looking for a couple of runs here to start with. That was glanced down the leg side, and they ended up running 2, a lot closer than it probably could have been. But that opens the scoring with 2 runs off the bat of Verinda Bumla. Once again, this is Brian Walters, happy to join you, and we'll be describing the next 44 overs and 3 balls. Once again, thank you for everything that you all have contributed to being able to help us communicate in this match, in this form. Jalant Vakil, right arm seamer. Bowls a new ball, generally swings it both ways and can cut it. So it can be a handy customer. This time is a little too straight, just worked down the leg side by Bumla for a single. And I believe just 1 ball remaining. See, always a good sight to see umpires communicate with each other. Sheena Welsh and Chris Johnson, the 2 umpires. Sheena Welsh, brilliant cricketer in her own. Doesn't play anymore, according to her, ever since she had her kids. But an absolutely brilliant umpire. And sometimes, without being too trite, being in a male-dominated environment, it can be sometimes intimidating. But she absolutely plays the part of an umpire very well. I'm extremely impressed with everything I've seen from her. I believe that is the last ball of the over. At the end of the first over, chasing 159, the Indians are 4 without loss. So once again, thank you for everyone who is joining us online. And once again, I am needing to speak for every bit of the next 45 overs or so. So the way that you help me get through that is by communicating with me in the chat. I fully endorse any comments that you want to make and the discussions that you want to have, except for the odd comment about the dating sites. I can do without those. Going back to the discussion earlier on, by the way, we'll get back to that in a minute, because we have bowling from the north end. Oh, look at that! His first delivery, almost chopped on. Chintan Patel almost finding success with his first delivery. In fact, not Chintan Patel, my apologies. That is we'll name the bowler as soon as we can. That is Sanjay Pandya. And his first delivery almost inducing a chop on, but this next one going down and chip behind square for a single. Sanjay Pandya, left arm around the wicket, spearing it into the right-handers, and in theory trying to get that ball to leave the right-handers. Bowled very well so far in this tournament. This one is tossed up very nicely, looking to induce that drive for the moment. Bumla and Berry both taking their time to see exactly what is going to be offered here. Looking to go across the line. That one definitely stayed low. That easily could have gone anywhere if it were straight enough. I think it would have gone under the attempted pull shot. As it is, it was maybe on a fourth stump line. So luckily, he did not have his stumps disturbed. Appeal for LBW. Chris Johnson has a bit of a think. Everyone with a red, white, and blue shirt on in vociferous appeal. And umpire Johnson says no.
Good ball, Sanjay. Keep it up. No whistling allowed here.
Next delivery, tossed up, goes for the big shot. Oh, good piece of fielding. That is Kuldeep Patel, I believe. Kuldeep, good work at mid-wicket to prevent that from going away for runs. So good stuff from him, good stuff from the Americans. 2 overs up, the score is 5 without loss.
Pardon me? You fired me. You fired me. I have to go home. I'm packing my things. I'm going home.
So another 154 runs needed for the Indians. All of the wickets intact. Jwalant Vakil to continue bowling from the southern end. And he is bowling to Sanjay Berry. First delivery outside off. Umpire Sheena Welsh does not like the line of that delivery, and that results in the first wide of the day. Earlier we asked the question as to whether or not it would be sliced into the outfield, and it's going to be going over the top of that man at cover. They'll get 2. I started to say we asked the question about whether or not it would be Parag Ananta himself who kept wickets or whether it would be Syed Shafiq potentially. Well, the question has been answered. The captain has kept his position behind the stumps. And so starting out this over, Vakil conceded 3 runs, one of which was an extra from 1 legal delivery. There's more runs here, at least 2. Shouldn't have been easy, just jogging back for that second, and the throw. I'll tell you what, that throw, had that been more accurate, it may well have found Virendra Bumla short. That was easily 2 runs, but somehow it almost became a photo finish at the non-striker's end. But anyway, 2 more runs to the total. It will be interesting to see how many of these 2s they attempt. Next delivery, 2 straight, going down the leg side, I believe. Immediately shaking her head is Sheena Welsh. Sheena has had a lot to do in this over so far. Sanjay Berry 6 from 6. We're in the Bumla, the non-striker, 3 from 9. Looking to cut this one away. Not making contact. That's none of the 2 balls remaining here in the third. Forcing it off the back foot into the covers. Pretty straightforward single. No reason for the Indians to do anything rash. Only chasing 159. So I don't think if they go at an exorbitant rate, I don't think there's any idea of maybe trying to finish this in 30 overs. Just normal cricket, I think, takes them home. So the Americans need wickets, and they need plenty of them. This is dabbed down behind square. This is going to be at least 2 more, you would think. Yep, there comes Bumla making that turn. It was always going to be his call. So once he felt comfortable, 2 runs was always going to be on the card. So that concludes the third over. At the end of 3, score is 12 without loss. So 12 without loss. Openers are Sanjay Berry and Virendra Bumla.
Whistling is banned. Hey, look. Whistling is banned. For who?
Indians do not need to do anything exorbitant. Currently scoring at 4 runs and over, and that rate will see them or have them achieve victory in a very short period of time. So the Americans definitely need wickets, and they need a lot of them. This is Sanjay Pandya into his second over. He's punching this ball back down the wicket for no run. Oh, actually for a single. See India use a lot of their left arm spinners. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. Looking to defend that one, Bumla, and it easily could have trickled back onto the leg stump. As it is, it's just another dot ball. Relatively defensive field, it has to be said, for the Americans. Once again, India only needing to score at the rate of, from here, 3.52 and over. So less than 4 runs and over. You would think that they could work in second gear or third gear and get home. So, oh, appeal for an LBW, not out. But immediately there is a long on and a deep mid wicket in position inside the power play, and only one slip with a left-handed bowling to a right-handed batter. So appeal again for LBW, not out. This is going to be leg by signal by umpire Chris Johnson. But I would have to think that the Americans would want to think about getting more attacking fielders in position. Only one slip, and there's a left-handed finger spinner in operation. So with any turn taking the ball towards the slips, I'm really surprised that there's not one more slip at least. Struck down the ground for a single. That should be the last ball of the over. Yep, it is the last ball of the over. So 3 runs coming from that over. 2 singles and the bye that was 2 deliveries ago. At the end of 4, the score is 15 without loss. So Jwalant Vakil to continue. Kashif Rana imploring JV to get him out with your outswinger. Outswinger would be very helpful. An outswinger with a couple slips would be even better. Tossed up, hit in the air over the top of mid-off. Running backwards, and he's not going to be able to prevent that from going for 4. So the first boundary of the day. I don't think that's what Jwalant Vakil had in mind when he was trying to bowl that in-swinging delivery, or out-swinging delivery rather. It was very full. It was almost like an off-spinner tossing the ball up, and just easily helped over mid-off and running away down the hill for 4. So the first boundary conceded. This is a better delivery. On off stump, dab behind point for no run. Jwalant Vakil, 2.2 overs now, none for 15. So he's been on the expensive side. Very full, hit in the air to short mid wicket. That looks like Sunny Singh at short mid wicket. Next delivery. In the air, one bounce down to long on. Boy, that ball stayed in the air a bit. And Barry may have had his heart in his mouth for just a split second. thought that had enough legs to carry all the way down to Fazal Alam at mid-on. Long on, rather. This one is driven into the outfield for just another single. So, no real pressure being built here by the Americans. What you want is to have a string of dot balls, a string of deliveries that are not being scored off of, to sort of try to create that impression with the Indians that they're not scoring runs and they need to do something to score runs, which is where, as they say, pressure takes wickets, or pressure, as we say in Jamaica, pressure bursts pipes. But not successful in doing that so far, the Americans. And this is just another dot ball knocked to mid-wicket. Sunny Singh right there to make sure that no runs are scored. And that is the end of the 5th over. At the end of 5, 21 without loss. For Sanjay Pandey to continue bowling from the northern end. Bowling a full length delivery outside of off stump. Once again, bowling to the solitary slip. I can say, at least just based on early indications, India appears to have set a much more positive or attacking mindset in the field than do the Americans so far. Okay, now a little bit more aggression shown. There's a man now put in a backward point. He's there to stop that single. Lets this one go through outside the line of off stump. Good bowling. That's where, as a right or left-hander, rather, bowling to a right-handed batter, you want to be on that off stump line with the ball turning away. Tossed up, looking to go big, and that is, I think, easily a bump ball. Not exactly sure. Asking the umpires from here, 150 yards away, it looked like it's a bump ball. So, not sure why the. You need to manufacture wickets, but I don't think that's one of the ways to get them. Next delivery. Going big, and the thick under edge takes it down to fine leg. They'll get two easily. I was curious. Not exactly sure why they thought that that was a catch. From my perspective here in the commentating area, once again, 150 yards or so away, it easily looked like it was a bump ball. Maybe not 150 yards. Let's say 100 yards. But still, either way, I think easily a bump ball. So not sure why the appeals were there. Tossed up and he bowled him. Absolute true. Right up there in the block hole. And Barry looking to go big. And not able to get any bat on it. Played absolutely over that ball. And the middle stump is absolutely knocked back. So the first blood drawn by the Americans, as Barry plays all over a straight full delivery, and he loses his middle stump. India's now 23 for 1. So my apologies. India is now 24 for 1 with 1 ball remaining here in the 5th. Another 135 runs adrift are India. They have the small matter of exactly 235 balls. So they need 100 fewer runs than they have balls to play with. And that means that they can afford to even lose a couple of wickets. They can afford long periods of less than swashbuckling stroke play, let's call it, and still be well on top of this game. So Sanjay Berry is dismissed, and the new batter is the captain himself, Iqbal Khan, to be facing the last delivery of the 6th over. That last delivery to be bowled by Sanjay Pandya. Here it is. And reaching forward to smother the turn is the captain. That is a good over by Sanjay Pandya. At the end of his 3rd over, the 6th of the innings, scores 24 for 1. So Jwalant Vakil into his now 4th over. Right arm over the wicket. And he's bowling to Virendra Bumla. Wrapped on the pad, and maybe just a touch too straight, looking to spear that Yorker in, but he got the line wrong. The line was going down leg. Really, he was lucky that did not go for runs, because those are the types of deliveries that get clipped behind square for 4. Advancing down the wicket and going over the top of mid-off. That's going to run close to the boundary. It's pulled back in front of the boundary, and that's 2 more runs. So Virendra Bumla using his feet, skipping down the wicket, showing a bit of aggression, a bit of intent. And that will give Jwalant Vakil something to think about in terms of what length he wants to bowl. You don't want to bowl that same length if you think the bowler is going to skip down the wicket, or the batter rather is going to skip down the wicket. Now looking to dab this one behind square. That is Humayun Bashir at 2nd slip, who was able to prevent that from going by for runs. So another 3 balls remaining here in the 7th. Once again looking to dab it behind square. So a couple of dot balls in a row. Mid off, now dropping back halfway to the boundary. Looking once again, playing it off the back foot. This time it's a single as they pierce the gap behind square. Attempted that shot a few times. This is the first time that they've actually gotten something from it. Get that double. So just 1 ball remaining here in the 7th. There's Vakil. Punched to mid-on. Quick single. Throw at the non-striker's end. That could have been interesting had it been hit. But as it is, a wayward throw coming from Syed Shafiq. And they get that single to close things out here in the 7th. At the end of 7, the score is 28 for 1. So 28 for 1. Sanjay Pandya to continue from the northern end. Tossed up and driven into the covers. No run. Bit of excitement that time at the non-strikers end. Almost a run out by Pasal Alam. Much more quiet delivery this time. Just punched back down the ground or down the wicket for no run. So India's scoring rate is now, as they take a quick single, 3.73. And in fact, with that single, scoring rate is now 3.78. So they're needing to score at the rate of 3.48 from here on out. I mentioned that should be pretty easy, pretty straightforward. You don't think that a target like that would cause much trouble for one of the better teams in this tournament. But stranger things happen in cricket, so that's why they play the game. Struck into the mid-wicket area for a dot ball again. In the air, catchable. Oh my goodness, completely misjudged by Kuldeep Patel. Oh, he came sprinting in. He sprinted in some 5 or so yards and then ended up sprinting back in the exact same spot where he was is where the ball landed. So that could have been a wicket. Instead, they get 2 runs to close things out in the 8th. Those 2 runs easily could have been a dot ball and a wicket. And the Americans need to hold every chance that they can get. So 31 for 1 is the score after 8. And in the meantime, most of our audience is following and watching along from the US. It's really good that we saw people from as far away as Turkey on the feed this morning or this afternoon. But for those of you in the US, this Masters USA team has not been around for a very long time, but that the fact that it exists is because of the efforts of someone like the young man who I'm about to speak with, Mr. Arun Vitale. Good afternoon, Arun.
Good afternoon, Brian. How are you doing?
I'm living the dream. I'm in Barbados and it's November and it's 83 degrees out here.
Yeah, you couldn't be far from the fact that we are all blessed that we are here and be able to enjoy the beaches of Barbados. God, those are just true gifts of life, to be able to come and spend days on those beaches. And more importantly, I think the cricket that we are experiencing here, 7 countries and 8 teams, it's really been a phenomenal experience.
So at some point, you and I and other people of our vintage have acknowledged, you know what, we're not the cricketers we used to think we were. We don't run up and down the field like we used to, but we don't have to stop playing. So tell me a little bit about the genesis of the Masters USA team. What was the impetus behind putting that team together, and how have you been going so far?
Right. So You know, this dream truly belongs to Parag Ananta, who was part of a India that we are playing against right now, who was part of an India team in the World Cup in 2019. And that's when Parag got to seeing what was in store for people over 40, people over 50, and people over 60. And so he said, why can't we start a team from the US itself? And that's how Masters Cricket USA formed. And you know what, Brian, we are so lucky that we are able to produce some serious talent in USA for the 40s, for the 50s, and the 60s. And by the way, for the 60s, just so that you know, Fahud Bacchus is going to be part of my 60s team. He's going to be joining the 60s, and the 60s is coming to Barbados end of January and early February for a tournament. We right now don't know how many teams, but we'll be coming here again. But Masters, for those that don't know, we have a variety of cricket for each level, but the best part is we play at top class wickets in the country and in US. And we have live streaming and commentary and everything going on for every game. I don't know if I answered what you had asked.
So several follow-ups in response. The first of which is Fahud Bacchus, 250, if memory serves correctly, 1978-ish, which means that only one of the three of us at this table was not even alive when that happened. And even though her husband is a current West Indies cricketer, she would not have heard of him because she was not around when he was playing. I've gotten to know Fahud Bacchus a little bit. I wouldn't say I know him very well, but I've seen him around in USA cricket circles for a couple of decades now. Great guy. And obviously you expect, even at the age of 60 plus, that he should be able to still hold his own. Ooh, so back to the cricket that we're watching right now. We are 39 for 1. India is maybe not cruising, a few fits and starts, but they, I think, are well ahead of the game, and the U.S. has some work to do. So maybe not specifically to the strategy that's needed in this match, but as USA Cricket, the Masters cricket team, continues to grow, what improvements would you look to make place or to take place as the organization begins to mature?
I think some of the key things, number one, that we stress on and that's so important is fitness. The team that is fittest is going to probably end up being a winner. All things being equal, fitness is probably what's going to turn the tide. The second thing is more games, which we are trying to do. We are giving our boys, the 40s, 50s, and 60s, as many games as they can take. We have regionals where all the teams from each region, you could have 6 or 8 teams from one region play in a regional. And then the next stage for them is to minimize that region of 6 or 8 teams to 3 teams. So we then have 3 teams from each zone. And so then that's the Open, Brian. That's the US Open. After the Open, we then pick 4 zonal teams, the best from South, East, North, and West. And after that is when we pick a national team. So there's a lot of process and a lot of method to madness for what we're trying to do. Yeah. And the people are responding. What is amazing to me is the number of people that post their fitness numbers every day. Every day. They take pride in saying that and posting that, and it's become a very healthy competition amongst people.
There is, I believe, an attraction to seeing gentlemen who, let's say, are past their prime, but who want to continue playing. And there's no greater evidence of that than the fact that on this feed, there are people watching from all over the place. There's a gentleman who chimed in earlier from Bangladesh. There's another gentleman who chimed in earlier from Turkey. And you would not expect that Turkey would be a location where somebody would be sitting watching Masters cricket. But that's exactly what we have. So tell me about, and I asked a similar question of the ambassador earlier, how can cricket, specifically Masters cricket, be sort of the vehicle that assists in bringing people together?
It's a loaded question, Brian. It's a loaded question, and I know you love doing that to me. But I think the number one thing that we as masters are looking forward to doing is to create an environment that is so healthy, minus all the politics, so transparent. All our numbers are transparent. At the end of each event, we are an event-based organization. So at the end of each event, we put out a budget, we put out an actual, we show people where we spent the money and how their good money was spent. And then a lot of these things, other than, of course, excellent turf wickets, good commentators like Mr. Brian Walters, and good umpires. No, it's nothing to laugh. It's God's truth, my friend. We are so proud to have you. Every time we can have you. We are so proud to have you. All the things that you do, we cannot say thanks enough.
You and I both know that I never need a second invitation to participate in cricket period, but also with gentlemen like yourself and Syed Shanawaz, who I've known from the Dallas area, now both of you probably 20 years, to know that here's the commitment I made to my family. If my son is going to have a soccer match, I'm not going to miss it. But other than that, if I am needed anywhere, particularly as it relates to assist the assisting of growing the game and helping to describe elements of the game to people who would prefer to have that type of information available to them, I'm not living into my commitment to the growth of cricket if I'm not there doing that. You and I both know that I tried the administrator role for a while. Let's just say it became like pushing a boulder uphill. This is cricket development in a different way, because this assists in bringing cricketers or bringing people to the sport who didn't necessarily have an affiliation with it before. And if it means that they're able to turn on YouTube and see the game being played and hear a voice that helps them to understand what's going on, then that's the role that I want to play. You know that I am always there when the opportunity itself. I think the next time you run into my wife anywhere, you may have a knife drawn on you. But that's just... But, I mean, it is such an important part of overall development, and I am so happy that you allow me the chance to do it.
No, I think, folks, there are people that are passionate, and there are people that contribute, and silently contribute. This guy Brian talked to me about maybe a month ago or so, or 2 months ago, I can't remember. He says, I'm going to be in Barbados when you guys are playing. And it was absolute music to my ears that we have this guy who loves this game with a lot of passion, who has been an administrator, like he said, and now a dedicated commentator, and probably the number one commentator for Masters Cricket USA, period. I can put that down as period. And thank you for everything that you do, and support Masters, support cricket in America, which you've done all your life, all your adult life, pretty much. And look forward to many such incredible moments and occasions. And before I actually hand it back to you, I just thought I'll tell you guys, we are at this St. Catherine's Stadium. What a beautiful sight, what a beautiful ground. What a pleasant environment. 89-year-old stadium, folks. 89-year-old. Everything here is so historic. Every ground we visited is so historic. I wish you guys were here. In fact, Brian, there was some crazy thought of some of our masters cricketers that we wanted to do our regionals out in Barbados. You know, we're seriously looking into it to say, let's have whichever region is ready to come, spend that money and come. We would love for them to come here and have their regionals. What a great way for this world to know that Masters Cricket USA is going to have its regionals in Barbados, if it does happen, which doesn't look far-fetched, by the way.
Last question I'm going to ask you, and maybe you just answered it. I was going to say what are we now? 6-7 weeks away from Christmas. The fact that I'm even saying that is just amazing to me. What would be under the tree for Masters Cricket USA?
A lot of used balls right now. We have a bunch to put under the tree. You know what there are so many things that I have in plan for, and I've got to say these words. I've failed already, but I would fail further if I don't mention these amazing folks that work day and night to make Masters what it is. It is not easy. It is not easy doing what they do with a full-time day job and then do all of this. So let me start by talking about some of the people that are so incredible and unbelievable for me. Let me start with Syed Shanawaz, totally an amazing guy. Then we have Raj Badadre, who's playing this game, who's also part of my executive body. And my God, the amount of his ability to raise money for this body, which is so badly needed, is unbelievable. We have Raj Badadre, then we have Sanjay Pandya. Sanjay Pandya, who's also playing this game, got the only wicket that fell so far. Left arm spinner and part of my executive committee body. Then we have, I'm forgetting, Matthew Verghese. Matthew is another extremely hardworking guy who's the manager of this team right now, of the U.S. national team. Without these guys, I can tell you this body, Masters Cricket USA, would not be where it is. It's just incredible the effort they put, the amount of time they dedicate, the amount of intelligence and knowledge that they impart into this body. Other than Parag Ananta, of course, the founder and to me, the boss for Masters Cricket USA, who's also the captain of this Masters team. Without all these folks, I don't think there would be a Masters, because the amount of contributions they pour in, both knowledge-wise, time-wise, is just unbelievable, and experience-wise. But thank you again, Brian, for allowing me to be here and be a part of your incredible commentary. I took away all your time, but thank you for doing that. Seriously, thank you for doing that.
Arun,
Mama, thank you too.
you are a great friend. Thank you for everything that you're doing. And we'll continue along the same vein, and long live Masters USA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so back to the game that we're actually covering. It appears that the 50 is now up. Will in Allen, Texas has a comment for you, Arun. Will says, good afternoon, Arun. Glad to hear you're enjoying the tournament and Barbados. Slower delivery through the air. This is Humayun Bashir, who's opened the bowling in the first couple of matches. Is now bowling first change. And once again, in my experience with cricket in the USA, let's call it the back end of my cricket career on the field, Humayun Bashir was the captain of the team I played for. Tremendous all-rounder. Look at this. Dabs this one behind square. In fact, running out the third man. This is going to be two. Kuldeep Patel has a lot of work to do and can't get over in time. So India just more than content to continue doing it in ones and twos. I don't think they need to do anything other than that. And in the meantime, the required rate is now down to 3.33. Swipe across the line, Humayun with both hands on top of his head. That's one of those cases where had there been one more additional piece or coat of varnish on the off stump, that might have resulted in a wicket. But it is a dot ball. That is the end of 13. At the end of 13, the score is 52 for 1. So a lot of wickets needed, and in thinking of how you're going to get wickets, maybe the formula is similar to what India did. Just bowl a lot of left-handed spinners. You saw Sanjay Pandya bowl the first several from the north end. We now have a change coming up. This is going to be Chintan Patel, who is also a left-handed spinner. Ravi Suri believes that Iqbal Khan is the key. He's so technically so correct. I think that if you were chasing a much bigger target, you could point to one person as being the key. But I think Ravi, because of the fact that there's so few runs that the Americans have to play with, already 107 more runs in 192 balls and through the air, just defended in front of the stumps for no run. Once again, absolutely no need to do anything rash if you're the Indians. Their current run rate is 3.9. Scoring at the rate of 3.38 from here will allow them to see victory relatively easily. That's a good length being bowled by Chintan Patel, though. Just drawing Iqbal Khan forward. You see him reaching forward, which is exactly what you want your spinners to do to the batters, particularly a batter who's having the ball turn away from them. Slower through the air and again defended. It's a good start. 4 dot balls in a row by Chintan Patel.
Good bowling, Chintan. Keep it up, keep it up.
And there's 2 balls remaining now here in the 7th.
Bowling, bowling, Chintan.
In the 7th. In the 14th. So 7 multiplied by 2 is 14, from what I understand.
On the field, ready for the catch, ready for the catch.
And you do not need a master's degree in finance, which I actually have, to know that. So that is a dot to end things here. Good over first by Chintan Patel is a maiden. So 21 runs have been scored from the last 5 overs. The Indians are essentially in second gear. They're not necessarily being threatened. Both of these batters are getting settled. Iqbal Khan, 16 from 27 with 2 boundaries. Virender Bumrah, who opened the batting, 17 from 36. So, once again, wickets. In the context of this game, what is needed right now by the Americans is wickets. Humayun Bashir, who maybe 10, 15 years ago could come up and blow you away with pace. Maybe don't anticipate him doing that here, but he's a cagey and wily enough bowler, excuse me, that he generally can manufacture ways to create wicket scoring or wicket taking opportunities. So here is again, very full, outside off, a slight of a sort of a tentative weave by Virender Bumrah. Not able to get any bats on it. So 7 dot balls in a row now for the Americans. Just said a few overs ago that the way to sort of try to put yourself in a good position is by building pressure. Just defending this one in front of the stumps. And so pressure definitely is being built. You build pressure when you bowl several dot balls in a row. Dot ball is a ball that there's no run scored off of. And when you build dot balls, then you start the batter thinking where's the next run going to come from, and that's how pressure is built. And looking at advancing down the wicket. Not sure exactly what Virendra Bumla had in mind there, but essentially ran past a very full ball. And so yet another dot ball. Humayun Bashir doing his best to keep the batters quiet and, as I mentioned, build pressure. You certainly want this to be the case if you're the Americans. Slow delivery is lofted over Syed Shafiq, running back from mid-on. Throw coming back into the non-striker's end. Oh, direct hit. Oh, I'll tell you what, that was a piece of excitement. The throw came into Humayun Bashir at the non-striker's end. I think he noted that Bumla was sort of casually jogging down the wicket, and he threw and knocked the stumps down from 23 yards away. Good job by the umpire, though, Chris Johnson, keeping his eye on the entire play. Sometimes as an umpire you can be lulled into taking your eye off the ball too early, but he was right in the right position at square leg to make that decision. So a couple of runs and a bit of excitement here in the 15th. This is driven into the cover, is not timed. So now just one delivery remaining here in the 15th. Score 54 for 1 means that once again just one ball outside, or one ball remaining in the power play. The Americans definitely need wickets. This is driven. This is Syed Shafiq charging from mid-on, not able to prevent that run. And so that's a single that ends things here in the 15th. 3 runs coming from the 15th over. 24 from the last 5 at the end of 15. Scores 55 for 1. So I'm going to take a point of personal preference, Ashton. At the end of the next over, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I hope you're okay with it. Advancing down the wicket in the air, catchable and taken easily. Kuldeep Patel, after having badly mangled a catching opportunity earlier, takes this one with the confidence that you'd expect for a player of his caliber to take. And unfortunately for India, the second wicket goes down as this ball lofted down the ground. And I mentioned it earlier, you build pressure, that's where wicket taking opportunities come from. All of that pressure being built, maybe had that pressure not been building, it was a type of delivery that you could easily knock down the ground for a single. Instead, Vakil, or Virendra Bumla, looking to go big and only succeeding in holding out to Kuldeep Patel at long on. So that is the
I'm a scorer here from Barbados. I score for the Wanderers Cricket Club. That's in Christchurch. And I've been doing scoring now for about, I'll say about 10 years.
So Ashton, I think you're selling yourself short. And it took me maybe 10 seconds of hearing you talk to know that you know cricket more than the average cricketer or the average scorer. And I've been around a lot of scorers. I've never heard a scorer tell the batsman to run the first one hard. That I've never heard. So tell everybody who else is in your house who knows cricket just a little bit.
Well, before we get there, I was watching cricket and around cricket and at cricket games from the time I was small because my brother used to play cricket locally. So I grew up around cricket. And then that's how I met my husband, being around cricket. So he is Raymond Reefer, who's currently playing for Cricket West Indies, the test team. And yeah, he was at the World Cup. So that is how my cricket knowledge has advanced, but it didn't start with him.
That is a great clarification. So I've known of Raymond Reefer for several years. I was in Antigua earlier this year when I saw him bat at number 3 in the test side. And then as we went through the minor league program in the U.S., I was good enough or happy enough to see him play in Houston. Tremendous batter. Matter of fact, he played in Houston, obviously playing for the Silicon Valley Strikers, if my memory serves correctly. But tremendous batter, tremendous bowler, tremendous fielder. And it's not surprising that there's the cricket IQ in your household as there is. So one more thing before I get back to commentating. Give me a prediction with regard to the number of overs where this match will be finished.
I'm going to have to say India's going to get the line with about 9 overs to spare.
So you are expecting India to just absolutely dominate this match is what you're saying. You do realize that you're seated next to 2 Americans, right? Even though I don't. Arun, as much as Arun is all about Masters Cricket USA, he is Indian. So we'll have to check to see what his loyalties are. Look, I absolutely love this. You are playing a very important role. Thank you for everything that you're doing. Okay, so back to the game. 58 for 2 after 16. The small matter of 180. Make that 174 balls remaining. 174 balls to score 101 runs. So if I'm a betting man, I would grudgingly have to agree with my scorer friend here. Appeal and gone! Look at this! Against the run of play again. Another wicket falls. Captain cannot believe it. He's standing in his position for a good 10 seconds. He will not want to do that, and umpire Chris Johnson is telling the captain exactly that right now, and I think that's a good move by the umpire. You don't, under any circumstances, do that as a player, particularly not as a captain. Dissent is not something that I like seeing. My sensitivities toward umpiring is extremely strong, and especially toward a female umpire. I don't like seeing what I just saw, but at the end of the day, the wicket has fallen, the umpire has raised her finger, and the 3rd wicket is down. So the very first delivery, bowled by Raj Badadari, and he knocks back, or he wraps the captain on the pad, and the captain has to walk back. Not happy with the decision, but again, For me, it does not matter. Umpire has made her decision. Your job is to tuck your bat under your arm and walk off. And so the third wicket down, 58 for 3, still 101 runs adrift, India. So my apologies if my language just now was a little strong, but it's something I feel very passionately about. I don't like dissent in any form. I certainly don't like dissent being shown to a female umpire. And you know what? Let's forget the angle of it being a female umpire just for a minute. The fact that this is cricket and not baseball or football or soccer or any of the other sports where you can do silly things like kick dirt on the umpire's shoes and all of that other stuff. You don't get to do that in cricket. It is the one sport where you're expected to simply respect the umpire, and whatever the umpire's decision is, that's what's final. So it's something that I generally am very, very sensitive about, because I don't like seeing anything that does not look like 100% respect for the rule of law as it's relayed by the umpires. So, now that I've gotten off my soapbox, back to the cricket. The new batter in is Dinesh Kumar Sharma. The other batter, who obviously came to the wicket while I was talking, so I missed that, Shyam Gopalakrishnan. And the score is 59 for 3. And this is whipped around the corner. Good stop. I'll tell you what, that is good work out there by Zubair Hussain. Had that gotten by him easily, he was probably 5 yards away from the boundary. That would have gone for 4. So you'll absolutely take those if you're the Americans. Good work in the deep by Zubair Hussain. One of the safest pair of hands that you'll see anywhere on the field, and very, very dependable, whether in the infield or the outfield. So that brings Gopalakrishnan back on strike. That is Syed Shafiq down there doing the work to make sure that the damage is limited. So the left-hander on strike. With the left-hander on strike, this is stroked past fielder short extra cover. With the left-hander on strike, I would not be surprised to see some more left-handed bowling options. I'm sorry, right-handed bowling options, specifically right arm spinning options, come into play. And I'm thinking of Hussain Zubair himself. In the air, catchable opportunity. And it is dropped. Oh, he did the hard work to get to it, but once he got to it, you'd think he would have wanted to hold on. I believe that is Sunny Singh out there at deep mid-wicket. In fairness, he had to run backward, and running backward and looking to catch a ball is never easy. But he did the hard part, and once you do the hard part and put yourself in position for 4, so maybe the wheel's not exactly falling off the bus for the Americans, but a couple of opportunities where they easily flubbed a chance for a wicket, you would think, and then the ball racing away back behind square. Zubair Hussain not able to do anything to get to that one. So that is the end of the over. An eventful over, as it turns out. And at the end of 17, the score is 67 for 3. Okay, so 67 for 3, another 92 runs needed. Oh, that is good running by the Indians. Throw to the non-strikers, and I'll tell you what, the bat, he was in the process of sliding the bat. Gopalakrishnan looking to slide that bat in. You definitely want to do that, and I think maybe inadvertently that's how he was saved, because the bat being out in front of him and him sliding it into the crease, which is what every coach everywhere will tell you to do. I think the ball inadvertently hit that bat and prevented it from threatening the stumps. So obviously if you do that on purpose, you can be out obstructing the field. If you do it, or if it happens incidentally, where you did not intentionally do it, then it does not impact the decision making by the umpire at all, and then the umpire is only having to look at exactly whether or not you were in. Goes big. Where's this gone? So I lost it for a second. It's actually in the hand of the bowler. I'm needed here by the Americans. I don't know that there was anyone available to justify what just happened. Okay, so a good couple comments that maybe speak to what we were saying earlier. In fact, I'll get back to that in a second, as we've just seen the first 6 from the Indians' innings. So that now, the score now moves up to 75 for 3. I'll get back to the comments shortly, because all of a sudden it feels like India wants to get this game over and done with. Next delivery, advancing down the wicket, in the air, and running around is Kuldeep Patel. This will be 2 more. So runs all of a sudden coming in bunches. And that is the end of the over. 10 runs coming from that over. Oh, 1 more ball. Okay, so I'm not paying attention, obviously. Maybe I was starting to read ahead on these comments that I want to get to. Here's the last ball by Chintan Patel, tossed up, and he plays it off the back foot to backward point. Pretty straightforward single in the end. So that is the single that ends things here in the 18th. Very eventful over. Make that 11 runs coming from it. Score is 78 for 3. So back to these comments. Don't see who this is. Oh, the person's name is Over 40s and 50s Cricket. The commentator is absolutely right. That carry on from Iqbal, the captain, was not good. Just take the decision and walk off. I hate to say I agree with you, but I agree with you. CB says, looks like a tough decision. No DRS available. CB, we're doing well to just have a scorecard that's working. So, unfortunately, DRS is not available. I would have loved to have had DRS available, but in a tournament like this, I think we do well when we have good, proper cricket facilities and some technology to be able to carry the game to anyone who wants to watch it. But DRS certainly not something that realistically could be a part of this innings. It would be absolutely wonderful. And that misfield brings up another single. Once again, the Americans just struggling a little bit. This really should have just been a dot ball, but it's instead a single. And so the rest of CB's comment says, however, dissension is never a good thing towards umpiring decisions. And yes, CB, I completely agree with that. That's not something that I like seeing. And in fact, I'd like to withdraw for the record my comments about it being toward a female umpire. It has much of nothing to do with it being a female umpire, and everything to do with just dissent toward an umpire in the first place. That's something that you cannot have. And I think of all of the hot button issues that I have in cricket, that may be the number one. You just cannot show dissent of any kind to an umpiring decision. Whipped around the corner, work for Zubair Hussain to do it, deep fine leg, retrieves it, picks it up just maybe a yard inside the boundary ropes. 2 more runs. Boy, a lot of activity all of a sudden. India is now more than halfway there. They are at on 81. 81 means that they only need 7 to 8 more runs. And so we're in the 18th over. If they score at the same rate, this match will be finished in about the 36th over, which means I think that you said that you were going to win with 9 overs to spare.
Yeah. That's what I said. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
If you get this right, and that is a good looking stroke inside out through extra cover, and it has the legs to get to the boundary. That is a good looking stroke. No better sight in cricket than a left-hander driving through the covers. And I'm not just saying that because I'm sitting next to the spouse of a person who loves driving through the covers as a left-hander, and certainly not because I myself used to play that shot through the covers as a left-hander. But that's just an elegant stroke, and any left-hander, really any cricketer, loves seeing that type of shot. Okay, so if we're commentating. You're about to be my color commentator. Let's hear your comment.
I just said that shot deserved 4.
Thank you. Around the wicket. Oh, looking big. That is an inside edge that squirts down to fine leg. That easily could have been another wicket. Thick inside edge. And just 2 balls remaining, according to umpire Sheena Welch. Once again, just so good to see that the umpires communicate with each other. There are always 3 teams on the field of play. There's the bowling team, the batting team, and the officiating team. Going big, straight down the ground. And I think that might have been, landed just inside the rope. So that is 4. Well, all of a sudden, this pair, so this is good going by the Indians. Around the wicket to the left-hander, and he drags this one across. There's nobody out there, and it's going to go close to the boundary. In fact, the ball is going to stop. So eventually Humayun Bashir runs across from mid-wicket to get it, not because of where the field placing was. Had there not been the wet outfield, the wet damp outfield, that would have been 4 more. But as it is, it's just a double. That is the end of the 19th over. 15 runs coming from that over. 41 from the last 5. So you're certainly seeing the Indians starting to put their foot on the gas, looking to get this game over with. Okay, so a little bit of a break while we pause to catch our breath. The score has raced on to 93. Indians' run rate is now up to 4.89. 4.89. The required rate is not necessarily irrelevant, but much less of a factor now. The required rate, for what it's worth, is 2.54, but I don't think it's going to go all the way to where you have to factor in 2.54. This feels like a match that will be finished within the next 15 or so overs. In the meantime, it's off the back foot into the covers into the mid-wicket area for no run. .93 for 3. So India had a couple fits and starts, but now they seem to be cruising. Outside off, cut in the air and landing short. In fact, landing to the right of Sanjay Pandya at, let's call it, short third. Just for a split second, I thought it might stay in the air long enough for him to have a catching opportunity. But just results in a single. So now the left-hander will be on strike. Left-handed Dinesh Sharma. And he has appeared to be very aggressive. So there's immediately a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket put in position. That's indication of the fact that they think that's the direction he'll be playing, and Alam bowling around the wicket, slanting the ball in. And this is stroked down the ground, just a single. Chintan Patel down there making sure that the damage is limited. There's just 95 runs on the board, another 64 needed. So I'll get back to this question in a minute. Short outside off and cut into the covers. Oh, tell you what, clean pickup there might have been interesting, but it's just another single. So Will, back in Texas, asks a question that I was wondering. Is Zubair Hussain good to bowl? Not sure why he's not bowled yet, as he's one of the most economical bowlers. The last part of this may be most telling. Perhaps they don't want to have India batsmen get a feel for what he can do. That certainly is not out of the realm of possibilities. I mentioned that several of the big names from the USA squad are resting. And so this in some ways has the feel of a maybe less of a must-win type approach and more of a let's try a couple things approach. But I agree with you, Will. Zubair, one of the best bowlers in these situations, and particularly to the left-hander. And I'm saying this from experience as somebody who has faced up to Zubair several times. I've played with him and also against him over the years in the different leagues and for the different clubs that we've both played in and for. And he is definitely brutal to left-handers. Even on a concrete wicket, he's difficult to get away. On a turf wicket, he definitely can be a handful. So just another single there. And this should be, I think, the last ball of the over coming up. Very full. In fact, a low full toss. And this is Zubair himself in the covers. Who cleans up. Can't prevent the single, though. So that is a single to close things out in the 20th. Another 25 overs. Another 150 balls to go. But the small matter of 62 runs needed to be scored. Shashank Sharma. Hey, Shashank, how are you? Wants to know if white pads are allowed in these games. I think the umpires would have the rules are a little bit relaxed. Of course, we stopped the entire game earlier on to have a ceremony with the ambassador. So you can tell that not all of the rules are being followed the way that they ordinarily would be. But like I said, I think later on in the tournament when the games really start to count, you may see exactly. First of all, I don't think that you'll see a captain who will allow his player to go out in that format. And look, the second we call his name, he appears. So maybe, Will, we should have called his name a lot earlier. Zubair Hussain with the ball, bowling from the southern end. And he is bowling to Shayan Gopalakrishnan. Slow through the air, looking to go big and squirts it behind square on the leg side. Just a single. Oh no, this is going to be a double. No, they just decide against trying for that second run. So Shashank says, thanks, Brian. Wish I could join the audio too today, Shashank. It would have been so good to have you here, whether virtually or in person. I'll tell you that, let's just say the technology requirements for a complex setup, the one that we attempted earlier in the week, or that I guess that would have been last week, the technological requirements are maybe surplus to what we had on offer here. So unfortunately, we're not able to pull it off. But I look for the opportunity to be able to do commentary with you again, whether in person or virtually, sometime in the near future. So 98 for 3. First delivery of Zubair Hussein's over, or his spell going for a single. And this is the matchup I'm interested in seeing, how he goes to the left-hander. And a quick single taken here. This is played off the back foot. That's not a bad-looking shot at all by the lefty. He's playing it off his back foot, guiding it into the backward point area. That is Kuldeep Patel, who's had a lot of work to do so far. Now with the left, or the righty rather, back on strike, Kuldeep Patel dropping back into a deep mid-wicket position. Stroking it in the air for just a little bit, but long off. Easily coming around to prevent any more damage. So 3 balls, 3 singles by Zubair. And once again, this is Shyam Gopalakrishnan, 19 from 17 with a 6. And Dinesh Sharma, 23 from 13 with 3 fours. And this is Sharma on strike, looking very dangerous, I do have to say. Reaching forward and defending solidly. But he is striking it at a rate of 164. And each time that he has struck the ball, he really strikes it very hard. So he does look like somebody who can force the issue if he needs to. Hasn't needed to so far in this over. And by the way, the 100 is now up. It's 101 for 3 with just 1 ball remaining here in the 21st. Stroked it down to long on. Yet another single. So that is 102 for 3. 102 for 3. Pretty straightforward chase is what we're looking at. Just another 57 runs needed from 144 balls. So the equation is actually pretty straightforward. Once again, I don't think required runs are anything to worry about. Run rate 4.86. The required rate is 2.38. And at 2.38 runs and over, you can do that in your sleep. And maybe we would not even need Raymond Reefer to get these runs. You could even rely on maybe Brian Walters from 10 years ago to get these runs. And thank you very much, Shashank. That's a very nice thing for you to say. So, very similar to the first 2 games of this tournament for the Americans. At this stage of the match, it's feeling like there's only one team that's going to win it. And unfortunately for the Americans, that one team that I think is walking home in a canter is going to be India. So Hesh Mogadam contacting us again from Turkey. I think the left arm batter looks good in white pads, Brian. Well, listen, I love white pads, Hesh. You probably know that there's multiple forms of cricket. My favorite form of cricket is Test cricket. So full white and a red ball, that's the type of cricket I grew up on, and that's the type of cricket I prefer even today. But generally, the reason why it is frowned upon for him to wear white with a ball like this is generally in limited over matches, you're using a white ball. And so the idea is colored clothing and a white ball, or red or white clothing and a red ball. Now, we're using pink balls, so it's not as much of an issue. If we're using a white ball, then the argument is, let's say if there's an LBW shout it becomes difficult for the umpire to tell exactly where the ball hits, when the ball hits, if both the ball and the pads are the same color. So that's generally the reason why you don't rely on a white pads and a white ball. But with a pink ball, I guess it doesn't make a very big difference. But just for consistency's sake, if that type of thing bothers you, then you'd like to see that everybody's, wearing the same color uniform and the same color accessories. But I generally can go either way. Generally, I prefer to see if the batter has white. Is wearing white clothing. Appeal for a run out is gone. So I'll get back to my discussions in a minute. Wow, look at this. This is a throw to the non-striker's end. A direct hit. And I guess we're not going to see the white pads anymore because he has just been run out. Dinesh Sharma. He's having to walk off. We're looking at the replay. We'll see the replay as soon as it's available. But this was a direct hit from mid-wicket. And I'll tell you what, it was just a split second. It took a really short period of time, but a direct hit from the short mid-wicket position. And that sees the back of Dinesh Sharma. So I'm just waiting for my replay to come up on my screen here. I want to see what this looks like. Here we see on the replay, just drops it, and in fact, my apologies, it was into the covers. And well, put it this way, let's not worry about the replay. I'll describe it when it comes up. But either way, it was a great run out. So somebody just commented, great run out by Shafiq. So that might have been Shafiq. Shafiq. Great run up by Shafiq is Kashif Rana's comment. Kashif, you don't know it yet, but you're actually part of the commentary team. Thank you for your contribution so far in the day. Boy, that is a great piece of action by the Americans. So Faisal Alam gets a wicket. Doesn't go against his column, obviously, but looking here at the replay. Now I see the replay. It's a direct hit from the covers. So it was the left-hander who struck the ball. And Shafiq picking up in the covers and a direct hit. Just for a split second, Faisal Alam wanted to collect it, but ended up letting it go through. And the run out was affected. That is a great piece of work by the Americans. I'll tell you what, I've said earlier that I think there's only one team that's going to win this. But sometimes, you can never tell. Something can happen that goes your direction and something all of a sudden builds on itself. And all of a sudden you have a different game. So I'm not saying necessarily that that's what will happen here. But I have seen worse things than that happen. And that's why you play the entire game. Because these things can happen. And just these little passages of play that go a different direction can sometimes change the entire course of a game. Full top edge. That's catchable. Zubair Hussain is not going to drop this. He has the safest hands on the team, I think. Judges it to perfection, and all of a sudden another wicket falls. My goodness, all of a sudden another wicket goes down, just lofted in the air. And one of the oldest rules in cricket, one brings two. Zubair Hussain, as they say, as safe as houses. He was never going to drop that. And a pretty straightforward catch for most levels of cricket. And for somebody who has the hands of Zubair Hussain, never a chance of that catch being dropped. So that is 5 wickets down now. Half the Indian side is back. Still another 54 runs adrift of the target. So we're not done yet. So 105 for 5. One ball remaining here in the 22nd over. All of a sudden, this game has a much different feel from what it felt like only 5 deliveries ago. So 2 new batters on strike, or 2 new batters at the wicket. Fakir Dongaria and Pritinder Singh. And the change to Faisal Alam has worked. One via the results of a run out, and the other a genuine catch taken in the deep by Zubair Hussain. Stroke just in the air past mid wicket. Tell you what, that could have been dangerous too. Coming back for the second as the throw comes in to the non-striker's end. That is the end of an eventful over. 2 runs or 2 wickets in that over. 5 runs, 40 runs have scored from the last 5, but importantly, 3 wickets in that same time frame, and the score is 107 for 5.
Our son. Yeah, he's 6 now. Just turned 6 in September.
Outstanding. I absolutely love it. You're going to make me search for the picture of my son when he was that age in full white. We're playing a full-blown match in the living room.
He was on WhatsApp call with his father yesterday evening. And
Yeah.
I didn't want to fight. And then they wait for him. I can't keep up.
Outstanding. So back to the action on the field. Zubair Hussain to continue. A little bit of a man-catting action just to change things up for a little bit. Very full and stroked into the covers. It's going to be a double at least. Yep, they come back easily for 2. Wow. Absolutely wonderful passage of play for the Americans. Is it enough? I don't know. But you'll take the wickets. You absolutely pressure worked the last time for the Americans to take wickets. So can they string together a couple of tight overs? Yes, no. Pick up an underhanded throw. Not the best of throws that you'll ever see from that backward point area. And another single. Here we go again. Zubair a little wide of the crease this time. He bowled him and knocked him over. Full and going across the line. Not sure why the batter is still standing there. He was gesturing toward the umpire for some reason. Really not sure what that's about. And you already know how I feel about this. But he absolutely knocked him over. Very full, very straight. He went a little wider of the crease and speared it in from that over the wicket angle. So as I mentioned, Zubair Hussain, the type of bowler who can definitely change the conversation. And those subtle changes, whether it will be the line or with the length, with the pace, there's something that he can do very subtly to make things more difficult for the batting side. So once again, our technology failing us just a little. So I want to withhold any more comments until I am able to see exactly what happened. But I do know that this is a very good delivery, speared in towards his feet. And absolutely a crucial series of events happening here for the Americans. So 1 ball remaining here in the 23rd. Tossed up. Ooh, looking to run that behind square. Was there an edge on that? Zubair Hussein's reaction tells me that potentially there could have been an edge. But as it turns out, just another dot ball. An exciting match continues. So this one maybe not quite as one-sided as it might have appeared a couple overs ago. Still 47 runs away, the Indians. And after 23 overs, I think 2 numbers matter. Runs needed and wickets. Overs don't matter. Number of balls left doesn't matter. Strike rate doesn't matter. Required rate doesn't matter. I think right now you're looking at how many wickets are remaining and can USA take those wickets before India scores the remaining 47 runs. So this will be Pratinder Singh on strike. Facing up to Faisal Alam again. Very full and clipped. Not really timed well down to mid-wicket, but they'll still get 2. Timing wasn't very good, but it was placed in such a manner that would prevent, or that couldn't prevent them from getting 2. So Pratinder Singh, 5 from 4. I think that's 6 from 5, 7 from 5. And Philgi Varghese, 1 or none from 1 faced. Using his feet, looking to use his feet to come down, and ends up clipping it around the corner for a couple more. Coming back for 3 actually. And the throw now coming to the non-striker's end, nowhere close to being in time. So, good couple of deliveries for the Indians. 2 balls have resulted in 5 runs. And I am just noticing that Shashank has brought up the fact that in the Masters initiative there is a Spirit of the Game Award. Spirit of the Game Award, which Shashank says is to encourage better sporting behavior on the field. It is interesting that that award is there. I think it's an extremely important initiative. And I think we saw examples of what that is not earlier on. And I'll leave it at that. Next delivery. Very full and driven into the covers. This is Chintan Patel, I think. Yep. Good work from him to prevent that to just 1 run. So the required rate now under 2 runs and over for what it's worth. Looking to cut, not able to reach it. And 1 ball remaining here in the 25th over. So after this, there's only the small matter of actually the 24th over. So after this, another 21 overs wrapped on the pad. Umpire Chris Johnson immediately shaking his head no. And then a direct hit at the striker's end results in overthrows. They'll get 2 of them. Oh, that is awful for the Americans. You like the aggression to be looking to pick up that additional wicket, perhaps to catch napping. But when that direct hit ricochets off of the stumps with the batter already in his crease, that prevent or presents scoring opportunities, and so essentially you've given away 2 free runs. Hard to blame the batter for the fielders rather for looking to take wickets. You want wickets in any way that you can, but if you don't take that wicket, then you end up giving away a run. So now just a small matter of 38 more runs needed from 126 balls. So another 21 overs remaining. Think of it this way. Think of it as playing a T20. You're walking out right now to play a T20 match, and your target is 38. That's generally what you're looking at. And if you don't absolutely lose it, if you don't lose all your disciplines and don't panic, a victory in theory would be yours pretty easily if you're the Indians. So here's Zubair Hussain to continue. Very full, driven back to Zubair himself. This really is good work by Zubair and the rest of the Americans to pull things back, but I think their batters, this is driven down the ground. Their batters would have wanted to have given the bowlers a little bit more to work with. You can probably bowl at 180. Bowling at 159 is a little bit tricky. So just a single down the ground, so we can count reverse style if you'd like. Another 37 needed. Zubair continuing bowling over the wickets. Oh, look at this, using his feet to get down to the pitch. So maybe just a bit of enterprising approach being taken here by the batters. And I do have to say, with a 90% chance of rain in the forecast, I am amazed that this game has come off the way that it has. Tossed up and worked to short mid-wicket for no run. Should just be another 2 balls remaining here in the 25th. We are again tossed up. That's a full toss, in fact. Once again, work to mid-wicket. That's the single. Here's the last ball of Zubair Hussain's over. Very tossed up and drilled into the outfield. Do they want to? They do. Then now they don't. Now they do. And the throw coming in late. So Zubair Hussain not happy. He would have thought that perhaps that should have only been 1 run. As it is 2 runs that take the deficit to 33. Target of 159 is only 33 runs away. So for the first time, Kuldeep Patel takes the reins. He'll be bowling his off breaks from the northern end of the ground. Kuldeep, when we played against each other in Houston, was an opening pace bowler who could deliver a good short ball with the best of them. I remember several times in the past I had to bob and weave a little bit to get away from some of those short balls. These days, Kuldeep has reimagined himself as an off spinner. And as I mentioned a couple of days ago, Kuldeep's son Karan is a pitcher with the Chicago White Sox. The first man of Indian descent, meaning South Asian descent, to play in the major leagues. Just a tremendous youngster and a great, great pitcher. Short of a length, worked behind point, and these singles are actually coming pretty easily for the Indians. Couple more comments. Peter, actually, first, Fazal Alam had a bowling average of 8.86 in over 50s before this match with 7 wickets. Tell you what, 8.86 in the middle overs is not a bad stat, and I'm going to assume that not all of those are on proper wickets, so possibly a couple of them were on artificial wickets, which makes that stand out even better. Peter Ryder, what time will the match finish if the game goes the distance? Well, we're going right now at about the rate of 13 overs an hour. We're in the 26th over now, so I would guess another hour and a half. Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness. You got to be kidding me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Both batters are at the striker's end. And looking down to read the comments, I realized after looking up that both of the batters were arguing with each other at the same end, a handful of feet away from each other. And all Kuldeep Patel had to do was gather the ball and disturb the stumps. Farcical run out, it has to be said. Didn't exactly see how it developed, so sorry I'm not much help there. But pretty straightforward run out. And then looking at it, okay, so now I'm looking at the replay. The ball is punched to mid-wicket. The delivery from Kuldeep Patel is punched to mid-wicket, and oh, he sold him down the river. Started a few steps down the wicket, and then absolutely stopped. The non-striker kept coming. They both turned and went back in the same direction towards the striker's end, and they were both at the striker's end when the throw came in from mid-wicket. So a shambolic and a farcical run out. That is not going to be on anyone's highlight package or highlight reel. Wow. That did not look good at all. So the new batter, awaiting to see the new batter shortly. There's Kuldeep Patel. We'll get to the new batter soon. This is speared in towards leg stump, and they'll get a single. Wow. That is a really interesting thing that just happened. All of a sudden, you see why it's important to communicate with your partner. Because that initial yes, and then he turned around and sold him down the river. Tossed up delivery. Oh, look at this. A stumping appeal, and he's gone. Another stumping, another wicket falls. And all of a sudden, India are 8 down. What is going on? Went forward, looking to play it, overbalanced, stumbled out of his crease, and a quick piece of work by Captain Parakanantha completes the stumping. India is 129 for 8, and I cannot believe what I am seeing here. We are in a different game. So to get back to the question that you asked, Peter, what time will the match finish if this game goes the distance? Well, the qualifier, I think, is the more important issue now. I don't think that this game is going to go the distance. West Indies, the USA, my loyalties all of a sudden came to the fore. The USA has 2 wickets to go. India has 30 runs to go. So either way, we're not going to go another 18 overs. It's just not going to happen, I don't think. In fact, that would be 19 overs. So another 114 balls to be bowled in theory. But 2 good balls by the Americans and they win. 5 big sixes by the Indians and they win. So this game I don't think is going to go that far. Honestly, up until 30 minutes ago, I thought it was going to be India in a canter. At this stage, it is anybody's game. A win predictor right now would be dead center at 50-50. Wow. So now this is Chintan Patel taking up the attack from the southern end. And he is bowling to Pritinder Singh. The non-striker is Sarab Wahi. First delivery of the over, speared in, appeal for a catch, and he's gone! Another wicket goes down! And all of a sudden, the USA is 1 wicket away from stealing victory out of the jaws of defeat. Outside off, looking to work it away behind point, but only kissing the outside edge of the bat. And can you believe it? The first ball of the 27th over results in a wicket, and India is 129 for 9. So 129 for 9, the last pair is in. And before this match is finished, a couple of comments here again from our friend Arun Vitale.
I just wanted to give a shout out to 2 incredible people, Jim Morrison and Sterling, the guys that started Masters in the world body. They are the pioneers for Masters in the world. And without them, I guess this concept would not have taken off. And as much as it has taken off right now, I still wanted to give these 2 guys a big shout out. Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Sterling.
Jim, Sterling, I echo the sentiments of Arun Vitale. And the way that this is going, we only may have 1 more ball to be able to give you those sentiments. Because all of a sudden, and thanks for this information from over 40s and 50s cricket, India has lost 5 for 26 in the last 5 overs. Next delivery, defended behind square. Yes, no, they go to the non-striker's end. Oh, I tell you what, a flatter throw would have had that batter in trouble. Because he took off very late. And the throw coming in from backward square was sort of lobbed towards the striker's end as opposed to being flat. That may be the only thing that saved them. Boy, all of a sudden, this has become a very close game. Oh, look at that ball, the left armer rather, spinning it away from the batter. Slip fielder in position, not unexpected. And you're really looking for ways to see how you stem the tide here if you're India. Chintan Patel is fired up. The USA team is fired up. Not fully on the attack. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder mid-on or regulation mid-wicket. There's short cover, slip, backward point, and gully. And cover. This is worked into the covers. Boy, all of a sudden, this game, that win predictor may just have swung in the direction of the Americans. Here we go again. Quicker delivery by Chintan Patel. And that is the end of the over as that ball is defended in front of the stumps. Unbelievable that we are here. That's the end of 27. The score is 130 for 9. Will again, my friend in Texas. Bad juju, bad karma. When one gripes at umps or stays in one's crease looking at the ump and wondering how the bails got knocked off, those things come around to bite you. I cannot say it any better, Will. Well, these comments are the ones that really need to be made over the air. We absolutely need to do this sometime soon. This is Kuldeep Patel back into the attack. Here he is, right arm over the wicket, speared in towards the stumps, and defended. Wow. So Saurabh Wahi is the non-striker. Pretender Singh on strike. Pretender Singh. Oh, my apologies. There's the new batter in, isn't it? It's Viren Patel. So Viren Patel. This ball is slapped to mid-off. That is Faisal Alam. No run there. So Saurabh Wahi and Viren Patel are your batters. In the air, that is going to go for, where's that gone? Lands and bounces a couple times. It will not get to the boundary. In fact, it won't get close to the boundary. And exactly what is going on, not exactly sure. But the ball is back in just for a split second. I thought that might have stayed in the air long enough to get a wicket. But as it is just a single. So fired in and looking to defend. Boy, all of a sudden, a 180-degree switch in momentum. The Americans are the ones with their tails up. They're fired up. The field is closing in on the batters. And this is the last pair at the wicket. Couple of tentative defensive strokes there. Cross-batted defensive strokes, if you can imagine. 131 for 9 with just one ball remaining here in the 28th. Kuldeep Patel working very quickly. Oh, he gets that through backward point. They'll get one. I think that's all they'll get. We're coming back for 2. And that's against it. Boy, 2 runs to close things out here in the 28th. After 28, the score is 133 for 9. So India only needs another 26 runs. But those 26 runs feel like they're 126 runs because of how the run has been tentative. The big shots have dried up and the Americans are on fire. So it's just a matter for the Indians of being able to just steady the ship. You have all kinds of time. You literally have another 102 deliveries. All the time in the world. Brilliant sunshine. So rain I don't think is going to be an issue. All you'll need to do at this point if you're the Indians is to just buckle down and concentrate on just getting a single here, a single there. But they have not really looked very confident, and it will not be easy with Chintan Patel bowling because he's generally a very good bowler, but more to the point, he's a left-hander turning the ball across the field, the tail. This is the last pair in, so it will not be easy for them to play him. And with 2 slips in position, make that a slip and a gully. Any edges behind the wicket are going to be difficult to negotiate. That's just another dot. Zubair Hussain doing the cleanup work. Chintan Patel bowling really well. So far 4.2 overs, 2 for 15. Oh, split second there. He wanted to go for the big shot, Viren Patel, but changed his mind at the last minute. Both batters on 2. One has faced 7 balls, the other has faced 8. Slow through the air. And it is a wide. Every single one of these runs is important. Every one is critical. Wow. So you don't want the extras, obviously. And what you want to have happen is that you continue building that pressure. 1 wicket. All you need if you're the Americans is 1 wicket. If you're India, all you're looking for is a quarter century of runs. Oh, that one stayed low. And it was well defended in the end. but that easily could have gone anywhere. Just 2 more balls remaining now. Oh, this is absolutely gripping stuff. Tossed up in the air, down the ground, and it is in between long on and long off. And they get 1 single. My goodness. It stayed in the air for what seemed like an agonizing amount of time. But as it is, it just ends up being a single that closes things out in the 29th. So another 16 overs to go. 135 for 9 is the score. Another 24 runs needed. And all of a sudden, to India's credit, they have fought back and stemmed the momentum of the Americans. But what the Americans are thinking, all we need is just 1 wicket. 1 wicket. 1 wicket gets us the win. So this game just got much more tense. It just got much more interesting. And all of a sudden, Kuldeep Patel takes up the attack from the northern end. Oh, for a split second, he was winding up to play the big shot. Just for a split second, you get the sense that Viren Patel was looking big, but he ended up just defending it. Here's the next ball, tossed up again, worked around the corner, diving attempt by backward square leg, not able to get to it. They're going to run 3 here at least. They get 2. Here's the third. And looking at this, I'll tell you what, they run 3, but it was almost the case because it was the captain himself, Parakanantha, who threw the gloves off and ran to retrieve that ball. The gloves were actually on the ground next to the stumps. So had that throw come back in and hit on the gloves, that would have been 5 penalty runs, and about the only thing that would have been missing from today's action. But those are 3 big runs, 3 huge runs in the context of this game, actually. Here's Kuldeep again. Oh, looking to defend to backward square. A dot. So 3 big runs from the second delivery of this over. So still 21 runs away, or India with just 1 wicket in hand. Slower through the air from Kuldeep Patel. Another dot. Boy, everything happening here, as the late Tony Gregg would say, it's all happening. Here we are again. Tossed up, defended to mid-wicket. So this is smart batting, it has to be said, from Sarab Wahi. Doing the intelligent thing, just defending. And if there's no shot there, don't try to take it. And this is just punched. Diving attempt by a short extra cover, not able to stop it. So it goes through for a single. And that brings the deficit to 20. Another 20 runs needed and India walks home victorious. But it's going to be tenterhooks all the way towards the end. Whoever wins this match will do it by the proverbial skin of their teeth. Just now looking at the conversation between umpire Chris Johnson and Captain Prakanantha. I'm wondering if that conversation has anything to do with what I just mentioned about his gloves being on the ground. That easily could be exactly what that is. It's Chintan Patel again. Oh, down the leg side, and it's a wide. So that does not help matters any. Couple more comments over 40s and 50s cricket. Viren Patel and Sarab Wahi both having their first bats in 050Is. And Kuldeep Patel having his first ball. Well, I don't know about the first 2. I'll take your word on that about Viren Patel and Sarab Wahi. But Kuldeep has bowled before. He wasn't in the batting 11, but he was part of the playing 12 on Friday's match, and I do believe that he bowled against Wales. So I don't think that's exactly accurate, but I truly do appreciate you providing these comments because it sort of helps me keep things straight. This turns, grips, fizzes past the outside edge of the bat. Oohs and ahs all around the ground. Peter Ryder saying umpire Chris Johnson's readying the light meter. Not quite that dark yet, Peter. I would not be surprised. Well, first of all, I don't know that he has a light meter, but conditions, the way that I see them right now, don't appear to be too dark. And looking at the screen actually looks a lot darker than to the naked eye. Next delivery, tossed up slowly. Bassett, my dear friend, just says they're bowling way too fast on this wicket. And Bassett, I agree with you. Those slow, tossed-up deliveries are the ones that I think would be most effective. Slowly tossed up, an appeal for a stumping, not there, not given, but another good over. So this over goes for 1 run, and that 1 run was courtesy of a wide. Previous over went for 4. Over before that went for 2. Over before that 3. Over before that 1. So runs certainly have dried up. But once again, I don't think that's as important because they have all kinds of time in the world. The only thing that matters is India going to be able to score another 19 runs before America takes 1 wicket. And coming back into the attack, this is going to be Sanjay Pandya, I believe. Yep, Sanjay Pandya opened the bowling, share the new ball anyway, bowled the second over, 2nd, 4th, and 6th, if memory serves correctly. Off the outside edge, they'll get 1 pretty straightforward run. And it will be interesting to see what happens here. Bassett, to your point, it will be interesting to see if Sanjay Pandya tosses 1 up. Just really nice and loopy and slow with mid-off up and tries to tempt them to go for it. Fizzing past the outside edge. Nothing. Next delivery. Boy, he is absolutely resolute in defense. I think these Indian batters are doing exactly what you want. Just don't let anything get through. Just cover up, play defensively. And so if you're the bowler, you need to give them something additional to think about. Pushing it through, and again, instant replay. Maybe a little quicker this time, going past the outside edge. But you have to do something as a bowling side to get the batters to strike while the iron is hot. You have to do something differently. So let's see what they can manufacture here with this last ball. And once again, leaning forward and defending, pretty straightforward. Not much complication. Only 1 run scored, but they will not worry about that. The Indians, after 32, the score is 141 for 9.
Restarted it. Yeah, that one. Coming? No, you are it's coming.
So 141 for 9. Another 13 overs needed, another 18 runs needed. And this is Chintan Patel to continue. Jam Ali wants the captain to try Zubair from the other end or Sanjay. All of these things are possibilities. I love Chintan Patel bowling from the end he's bowling from now. Going big, it's in the air. And where's that gone? Landing short of long on. And they get a single. So a lot of excitement for just 1 run. But that one run brings them that much closer to victory. So now Kuldeep Patel running back to that mid-wicket position, close to where that ball just went. Slowly tossed up and defended. Basit Zubair says USA Cricket is missing a left arm quick like our very own Brian Walters. Basit, like I said, I agree with some of what you said earlier. Not sure I can endorse this. Oh, look at this! Oh, it came off the edge, and I believe the captain could have caught that, but it deflected off his glove and then landed behind the batter. Is that the match? I think genuinely came off the edge there. Oh, I have to look at that again. Next delivery, going back and playing it back. Oh, so I'm going to look at this replay one more time because I think this was actually a chance. Oh yeah, looking at this, I think it came off the leading edge onto the pads and sinking as it gets into the outfield. They get one. Boy, a lot happening all of a sudden. You need these runs if you're India, and you'll take them any way you can get them. And if you're the US, you absolutely need that wicket. Score is 143 for 9. 16 runs separate India from victory. One good ball separates the USA from victory. Boy, Shashank Sharma, Indian batsmen are showing determination. Good contest on. I 100% agree with determination. Hesh Mogadam, we're about 11:09 p.m. Not sleeping. Great game. Forget the popcorn, just tea. So Hesh, your comment was 5 minutes ago. Sorry I missed it when you first made it. This is Sanjay Pandya again. Next delivery. Tossed up slowly, and he's yorked him! And that is the game! Oh, look at this! The U.S. coming all the way back to snatch a certain victory, make that victory from the jaws of a certain defeat. Very full, very straight, and the batter completely plays over it, and he has his middle stump knocked back. That is the end of the game. How in the world the U.S. came back to win this game, I have no idea. But that is why you play the game. The U.S. wins by the small matter of 15 runs. What an absolutely brilliant, brilliant game. So Shashank, I guess I can comfortably answer your question now. Here's a tough one for you. Who do you think will win? I'm going to go out on the limb and say I think the U.S. is going to win. So great victory by the Americans. Let's just go through the scorecard because that was a tremendous, tremendous game. So starting out this morning, Sunny Singh, 6 from 14. Syed Shafiq Ali, 24 from 36. Satyapal Chabra, 2. JV Vakil, 4. Homayoun Bashir, 28 from 72, the top scorer. Chintan Patel, 7 from 10. Raj Badadar, 10 from 30. Fasal Alam, 17 from 20. Parakananta, 26 from 36. And Zubair Hussain, 17 from 39. So how important were their runs towards the back end of the USA's innings to put together a partnership that was worth being bowled at? And then when India comes in to bat, Virendra Bhuma, 20 from 43. Sanjay Berry, 15 from 21. Captain Iqbal Khan, 17 from 29. Shyam Sundar Gopalakrishnan, 22 from 21. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, 24 from 16. Fakir Dongaria, 3 from 3. Pretender Singh, 15 from 16, but then the wheels fell off. Phil Givargi, 7 from 7, run out. He was at the same end as his partner. Rajesh Kar Raman, 1 ball, stumped. Sarab Wahi, 4 from 27. bowled to end the match. Viren Patel is left stranded on 8 from 15. And the bowling for the Americans, dominated by Sanjay Pandya, 7.1 overs, 2 for 13. And Chintan Patel, 7 overs, 2 for 20. Also, good support from Vakil, from Humayun Bashir, from Raj Badadari, from Faisal Alam, and Zubair Hussain, Kuldeep Patel. The bowlers all played their part in keeping this game close. And then the Americans pulled it out at the end. Absolutely tremendous match. The Americans take victory by 15 wickets. Did I say 15 wickets? That tells you how long I've been here. And I am absolutely tired. I would like to say, despite that little faux pas at the end, it's been my pleasure bringing this game to you. And it's been my pleasure with you all the way down here in Barbados for the last several days. So look out on the Masters Cricket USA Facebook page for details about the coming playoffs starting on Wednesday. I unfortunately have to take leave to head back home on Wednesday. I may be here for the beginning of the game on Wednesday, but unfortunately won't be able to stay for the whole thing. So this is the last that I'll be able to sign off at the end of the game. In the meantime, wonderful being with you.